Our invocation will be done by Councilwoman Smith.
Please pray with me. Father God, we thank you so much for the many blessings you bestow on us each day. We thank you for the opportunity to come together as we come to serve our community. We pray, Lord, that you be with us and grant us guidance and direction. We thank you, Lord, for every blessing, large and small, this beautiful day and everything else you provide us. We pray, Lord, that you be with not only us, but those who cannot be with us this evening. And we ask these things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Let us stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I welcome each of you to our town meeting tonight. We're very pleased at the attendance, the interest, and the things that you represent tonight to our council. Gonna do the roll call with the clerks.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you check in?
Mayor Pro Tem, everyone's present and accounted for, with the exception of Mayor Hines this evening.
All right, now we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Any changes?
Mayor, I have one. Under the public hearings, your agenda has listed number 1 as the Farmstead subdivision annexation. Number 2 is the Farmstead subdivision development agreement. I think my recommendation would, as these matters are somewhat linked, that we, the first public hearing be the development agreement, followed by the public hearing for the annexation. So we just switched those.
Everyone in agreement?
Yes. Yes.
I will now entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda with the necessary update on the change by our town attorney.
And I second.
The motion was made to accept approve the agenda with the necessary change by Councilman Moy and seconded by Councilwoman Smith. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Stands approved. We have 2 proclamations this evening, one for Social Work Month and one for Women's History Month. And Councilwoman Harrell will share both of those proclamations.
Good evening, council members and town. Social Work Month Proclamation, March 2026. Whereas the profession of social work is dedicated to enhancing the well-being of individuals, families, and communities while advancing social justice, equity, and access to essential services, and whereas social workers serve on the front lines in schools, hospitals, behavioral health settings, public agencies, faith communities, correctional facilities, and nonprofit organizations, addressing complex challenges including mental health, substance use orders, child welfare, poverty, housing instability, and crisis intervention. And whereas social workers play a critical role in strengthening families, empowering youth, supporting older adults, advocating for vulnerable populations, and building healthier, more resilient communities. And whereas the 2026 Social Work Month theme, Social Workers Uplift, Defend, Transform, recognizes the profession's commitment to uplifting individuals in times of need, defending the dignity and rights of all people, and transforming systems to create equitable and sustainable change. And whereas the town of Winterville values the dedication, ethical standards, and service of social workers who contribute daily to the health, safety, and overall well-being of our residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Veronica W. Robinson, Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Winterville, on behalf of Winterville Town Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as Social Work Month in the town of Winterville, and encourage all residents to recognize and celebrate the vital contributions of social workers and join in supporting their mission to uplift, defend, and transform our community. In witness thereof, Mayor Pro Tem Robinson does set her hand and cause the seal of Winterville to be affixed on this 9th day of March, 2026. I'd like to say that I am a proud social worker. Next, Women's History Month, March 2026. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. Whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas the following women serve on the Town Council of Winterville: myself, Councilwoman Brandy Harrell, Councilwoman Chantel E. Hawkins, Mayor Pro Tem Veronica W. Robinson, and Councilwoman Lisa A. Smith. And whereas the following women serve on the town staff: Town Manager Terry Parker, Finance Director Jessica Manning, Parks and Recreation Director Diane White, Human Services Director Angela Fuller, and 18% of the total town workforce are female. Whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. Whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now, therefore, Veronica W. Robinson, Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Winterville, hereby designate March as Women's History Month, honoring the contribution and legacy of women. Mayor Pro Tem Veronica W. Robinson does set her hand and cause the seal of Winterville to be affixed this 9th day of March 2026, and I am a proud woman as well. Thank you.
We're very proud of the women that work for Winterville. We're proud of the fact that I've had the opportunity to serve on this majority female board, and the fact that our town manager is one of a few female town managers around. So we are glad, and we're proud of the work that they do for us. I failed to recognize our county commissioner, Mr. Mark Smith. You can throw your hand up. And I think you've attended more meetings than any other commissioner we probably had in quite a while. And we also have our chamber person here with us, Rebecca. You throw your hand up in there. Okay, we're glad to have both of you. You do so much for our community. All right, we'll move right along on our agenda to our presentations. Our first one comes from our Winterville in Motion, Tristan Daughtry and Rebecca Cabinets.
Good evening, members of council. Just as a reminder, I'm Tristan Daughtry, the Economic Development Planner here for the town.
And I'm Rebecca Cavanis. I'm the Executive Director for the Winterville Chamber of Commerce.
So Rebecca and I wanted to take a few minutes this evening to introduce a new communications initiative called Winterville in Motion. This will be a collaborative podcast between the town of Winterville and the Winterville Chamber of Commerce. The goal of the podcast would be to provide another way for the town and the chamber to communicate with the community, to share updates and highlight many of the positive things that we have going on here in the town.
So as communication habits continue to evolve, more and more people are receiving information through video, through social media and through audio platforms. Many municipalities and organizations are using podcast-style formats as a way to share information in a more accessible way, but also in a more conversational way. This approach allows us to reach residents, businesses, visitors where they already are, while also creating an opportunity to provide context around the work happening in the community. It also gives us a platform to highlight the people, businesses, and partnerships that continue to contribute to Winterville's continued growth and success.
So through the podcast, we plan to share updates on a variety of topics that the residents and businesses are often pretty interested in. This may include community initiatives, development activity, upcoming projects, and then updates on things that are happening around town. It will also give it'll also give us an opportunity to explain the reasoning behind certain initiatives and provide a clearer understanding of how different efforts contribute to the long-term growth and quality of life here in town.
Another important component will be highlighting the local business community. We plan to feature business owners, share their stories, and discuss opportunities and resources that support business development and collaboration. We'll also highlight community events, partnerships, and initiatives that encourage people to engage with and experience everything Winterville has to offer.
So ultimately, we see this as an opportunity to highlight the diverse voices that contribute to the character of our community by featuring a range of perspectives from business owners to community leaders to organizations to residents and to staff. We hope to reflect the many different experiences that make our town what it is.
So the goal of Winterville in Motion is going to be to create a positive platform that keeps residents informed, celebrates community momentum, and strengthens the connection between the town, the chamber, our businesses, and our residents.
So this was a pretty brief overview. We appreciate the opportunity to share the initiative with you and look forward to pursuing the project. We're happy to answer any questions that you have, and later if you'd like to discuss ideas. This is something that we hope grows with us, and we can continue making it whatever we want. So that's all we had, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, I turned that off. When you get underway, where will people be able to tune in and see and or listen to the podcast?
So the idea is that we're going to be across multiple platforms. The idea is that we're kind of going to create its own standalone thing. So instead of it only being via chamber platforms or only be available via town platforms, it'll be on its own, but it'll be something that we can both share. So on social media, on YouTube, on websites, that can lead to its own, not exactly its own entity, but you get the idea.
You have questions?
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say I wanted to thank Tristan and Rebecca for launching the idea, for coming and having a good sit down and talking about what they'd like to do. And I think it'll be an exciting time for everyone to see more about what's going on here in town.
I echo her.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
Lord.
you.
Our next presentation, our stormwater plan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Tonight, before you, we have a presentation. This presentation is for the Stormwater Asset Inventory Assessment Study, and we'll also have the results of a capital improvements plan that's been put together. Rivers and Associates was engaged by the town of Winterville for the assessment of our stormwater system. This is also known as our Stormwater AIA, Asset Inventory Assessment. They were responsible for identifying and determining the condition of individual assets that make up the town's stormwater system, and they have provided the town, they work with our town staff hand in hand to go out in the field and identify, review, and assess the town's infrastructure. There were 9 major projects identified with a total value of over $5 million. Please keep in mind, does not include the Noble Canal and Railroad Street project, as that was already underway. So some of the work that they'll present to you tonight will tie into the work that's already programmed, and all this will come out in a 10-year plan, 10-year CIP that will be adopted. And of course, it's a flexible plan. It's not extremely rigid, but it's a starting point and gives staff and council opportunity to have a plan in place to make improvements in our stormwater system. Tonight, we have representatives from Rivers and Associates here, and they will be providing the presentation. And I'll have Blaine Humphrey come up and introduce his team. And while he does that, I just want to thank the town staff as well, because they work hard with him to go out in the field and identify all these little nooks and crannies and little areas that cause problems for our residents. So.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council. I just wanted to give a quick overview as far as where this came from, and then I'll introduce the staff to be doing the presentation for the stormwater asset inventory. As a part of the American Rescue Plan funds that were sent down from the federal government, the state created what they called the Local Assistance Stormwater Infrastructure Investments Fund that started in the fall of 2022, which we helped the town apply for and get the funding to complete this study. That funding essentially dried up in spring of 2024, and we have yet to see any additional funds earmarked for the LASSI program. So in the CIP, you'll see where we put in the 20-year installment, but I guess that is contingent upon either the funding through the LASSI program, or there is money available in the Clean Water SRF funding that you could essentially go after. Once we get through with the presentation, probably within the next day or so, we're going to be providing the full report and deliverables to staff. And similar to the way we did the water AIA and the sewer AIA, we would ask that you adopt the plans. I guess the motion could say contingent upon any modifications by staff, so that when it comes time to do an application for any stormwater improvements, you'll get those points in the competitive scoring to be able to improve your application. So I'd like to introduce Stephen Reese, and he's going to go through the presentation for you.
Good evening, council. See if I can figure out how to work this. Okay, nice. All right, so I'm Stephen Reese. I did this work alongside Blaine and Adam, and this is the Winterville Stormwater Asset Inventory Assessment. So I'd just like to start off with some acknowledgement. This preparation of this plan would not have been possible without the valuable contribution of the town of Winterville staff, specifically Cliff McGuffin, Todd Best, Willie Gay, Anthony Bowers, and Terry Parker. And I just really want to drive home the point that the town of Winterville has invested in having a CCTV camera. And, you know, I know it's really, you never want to buy a piece of equipment and then it be sitting on a shelf. And I just wanted to give you guys confirmation that you have a town staff that is very much go-getters. And if you present them a problem, they get excited to dive into it and track it down. So they're definitely getting some miles on that CCTV camera. And I think it's been a great investment that I encourage other communities to pursue. But they're definitely using that thing. So the funding sources for this, as Blaine touched on, the town of Winterville received a $400,000 grant from the North Carolina Division of Water Infrastructure. So none of this was loan. This was 100% pure grant, all this work. And we were operating under a 30-month time frame to get this completed. So what the scope of work consisted of is we initially started off with a record drawing review. So gathering up all the internal documents that the town of Winterville has, as well as Rivers and Associates. As lots of these developments go online, as-builts are submitted to the staff, specifically Willie, and he updates the GIS. So he was able to provide kind of the initial GIS system to kind of give us an idea of where these structures may exist. With our longstanding relationship with the town, we were able to pull our internal Rivers record drawings and try to add on to the town's internal understanding. And then kind of once we had an idea of where we believed these structures were located and where they were draining, that's when we got boots on the grounds and we mobilized our Rivers crew to go out there and do GPS locates on the actual top of these junction boxes, on the top of the manholes, and on the top of the drop inlets. At the same time, they also removed the grates on these structures where possible, and they did measure downs to determine the depths of these structures, the condition that the structures are in, the material of the structures, how many pipes are entering the structures, the size of those pipes, the materials of those pipes, and etc. And then once we had all that information and where we couldn't, you know, where we had problems areas, that's where we relied on the town staff to use that CCTV camera to kind of mobilize it down the pipe to see if there's blockages or to get a better idea of maybe where it was going, because sometimes these structures maybe have been covered up and you can't find that downstream structure without doing some subsurface investigation. So once we kind of had that understanding, we were able to start putting together a criticality assessment and a risk analysis of these structures. So as far as, you know, we wanted to make it kind of very common sense based. So for the risk analysis, it was very much based on the age of the structure when it was originally installed, what the current condition of the structure was, any observed problems, as well as any reported flooding that the town is aware of historically. That kind of quantified the risk. As far as the criticality assessment, we were looking at what is this structure providing stormwater drainage to? Is it providing it to a residential community? Is it providing it to a commercial area? Is it providing drainage to multiple subbasins that are upstream? Or is this one of the very first structures in a subbasin and maybe it's a lower criticality? Once we had that understanding, then we started putting together some preliminary opinions of probable costs. And again, like Blaine and Anthony touched on, you want to be able to kind of repackage these in different ways depending on the different funding sources that you're looking at. So we wanted it to be kind of a living document that could be continuously updated and reassessed as issues occur in the town. And ultimately, this will all be packaged together in an overall stormwater asset management plan that would be presented to the board and ultimately adopted via resolution. So the existing topography of the town of Winterville, it's relatively flat. The average elevation is about 64 feet above mean sea level. Your elevations are ranging from about 40 to 80. Your stormwater drains off your flat area to the east and to the west. Your two major outfalls are to the Neuse River Basin. So to the west, you got Swift Creek, and to the east, you got Fork Swamp. So just to show a little map here, I know it's kind of bright and hard to see, but the black line is your existing town limits. And a lot of people might assume the railroad tracks are your break line, but you can see that's not entirely correct. It's more jagged, and you do have some drainage from the east crossing beneath the railroad to the west to Swift Creek. But everything to that red line in the center there is flowing to the east to Fork Swamp. The blue line here that we also wanted to look at is the potential future boundary of the town of Winterville, depending on how they annex surrounding properties. And the reason we wanted to look at this is if we look to the west, and if we were to take the boundaries all the way over to the county line, you'd see that one day, depending on developments as they come in line, you would have potentially another break point where new developments to the west would be flowing east to Swift Creek and placing that burden on that outfall. And eventually, new developments would start flowing, I lost my pointer, to the left to Continia Creek. I always struggle with it, sorry. Continia. That's how you know I'm from around here. I can't talk right. And the reason we did that is, we didn't want to just provide the town an understanding of what you have right now. You want to be able to use this document to kind of assess your future development. Where will future communities be placing their stormwater burden? And where will they be maybe impacting other downstream communities? And do they have existing problems that are only going to get amplified as somebody upstream comes online? We want to be able to have that understanding. So a big aspect of this report is determining what is the town's infrastructure. As the state begins to further define stormwater utility as its own utility, they are going to have greater burdens on communities for maintaining that utility. And from my understanding is they're going to parallel a lot of the requirements of your sewer system. So that would mean that you would need to CCTV 10% of your linear footage of your total system each year. So to kind of get a grasp on that, how big is our system and where does our system start and where does our system end? So the way we define that in this project is we utilized what's called the raindrop rule. And the raindrop rule states ownership and maintenance responsibility for stormwater infrastructure belongs to the party who first collects or alters the natural flow of rainfall. So this is used to determine ownership and responsibility for stormwater infrastructure when outfalls cross property boundaries and or were not formally dedicated. So I just want to pause here for a little bit because when you start looking at your infrastructure, the way they came online, the way they were developed, what decade they came online, impacts the records you have. So you might have stormwater infrastructure that could potentially be the town's responsibility where you don't have existing easements. So therefore, you don't necessarily have the right to go in there and modify or maintain that infrastructure, although based on the raindrop rule, it's providing drainage to your town. We wanted to try to identify as many of those areas as possible so the town would have an understanding that if they had issues in these areas, they would know they would need to go in and establish easements before going in and doing infrastructure work. To that same point, just because the town has an easement over a stormwater pipe does not inherently mean it is the town's infrastructure. Easements can be established when communities are going online, so towns have the right to go in there as needed to provide maintenance because it could be impacting upstream flooding that is the town's responsibility. But the existence of an easement does not define ownership by the town of Winterville. So just to give a little example, this is a Old Tar Road here, and this is a Rosewood Drive here. So these drop inlets on Old Tar are just providing drainage to an NCDOT road. So I have this flagged red here to indicate that this portion of the utility would be NCDOT's responsibility if there was some sort of flooding in front of this parcel. You can see it flows south down Old Tar and eventually goes west through a pipe that you can see is flagged as white. So white indicates that that is private infrastructure. And the reason I have it transitioning to private once it leaves NCDOT is because NCDOT won't work on stormwater utility once it leaves their right of way. So if it's collecting water for one of their NCDOT maintained roads, they understand that that's their infrastructure they need to maintain to allow right of passage to their citizens. But once it leaves that right of way, if it's not picking up any town water at that point. So there's no obligation to the town of Winterville if there was a blockage or a breakdown of that particular pipe in this area that caused flooding off of Old Tar in front of this parcel. However, once you get to this drop inlet back here behind these properties off Rosewood Drive, everything yellow is the town's. So if we kind of start at the most upstream portion, you got catch basins up here and catch basins up here. So those are town streets. That raindrop hits that town street, that's town water. Flows into that box, that's a town box. Once you are town water, you're town water the rest of the way you're downstream. So you can see you're flowing town water, and back here, this is where we looked and we're like, all right, these are on private property. And since it's providing passage for town water based on the raindrop rule, we can deem it a town pipe. They would be responsible for maintenance. And then we went in and confirmed that there were easements for this area. In the report and the various subbasins, we try to call out all the areas where maybe something is passing town water and there's not an easement here. Because one thing we found when doing this report is a lot of this infrastructure in Winterville, especially the stuff in the central part of town, exists in a lot of your citizens' backyards. A lot of these initial drainage easements have been fenced up. That's just the reality of the situation, and you just want to make sure your town staff understands where they have the right to go and where they need to be focusing their attention on maintenance. Is there any question on the raindrop rule on that? Because I know it's a lot of the report on defining that ownership.
I got one.
Yeah.
I have one question. When you were speaking of with DOT, when it stopped flowing at the end of DOT,
Right.
then go to private. If the private has a problem, and if it's going to cause everything to stop up, that means that the water don't move.
Mm-hmm.
So what do? How do you attack that?
Right, I mean, and we had a lot of different conversations with town staff while doing this report. That's a question of how proactive a town wanted to be on assuming ownership of infrastructure. And I mean, it's something you really want to put thought into, because again, we're trying to quantify what your ownership is, because you're going to have eventually that burden of maintenance of doing that 10% of CCTV. There's definitely areas in town where maybe it's not providing town drainage, and the town does want to consider, providing maintenance to that area. But based on the raindrop rule right there,
Yeah.
if you started getting flooded, DOT is not going to provide you any help, and right now, the way it stands, it would be on that private homeowner. Town of Winterville can always be more proactive on the amount of maintenance or the amount of utility they want to adopt. I mean, that is something to discuss internally, absolutely.
Thank you.
So, stormwater utility overview. So, how much information did we collect? So, as far as GPS locates, we tagged 2,059 structures. About 1,500 of these were catch basins. About 1,000 of them were drop inlets, which you see in that picture there. Those are the flat grates that are on the ground. And then about 103 of them were junction boxes. Of all the structures we located, the town-owned ones were about 989 of the catch basins, 617 of the drop inlets, about 35 of the junction boxes, and this resulted in about 33 miles of storm pipe ranging from 4-inch to 72-inch. So again, if we're thinking about that 10% rule, the town would be expected to CCTV about 3.3 miles a year. I mean, I'm sure your town staff could tell you how much of a burden they expect that to be. So, once we tag these structures, based on whether they flow to the west to Swift Creek or to the east to Fork Swamp, we started kind of defining individual subbasins within Fork Swamp and individual subbasins within Swift Creek that we have identified here. A lot of the ones on the edges are easy to identify as they're your new developments, and they kind of independently came online. We had to do a lot of work in town to kind of find these break points on which way the water is flowing. So Swift Creek here, so Swift Creek has 14 subbasins. That's going to be your West Winterville. You guys are probably familiar with many of these neighborhoods, so I'm not going to rattle them all off. But here they are shown on, these are all your subbasins flow into Swift Creek on the west side of town. So again, you can see these isolated subbasins like Manchester Subdivision off by itself, or Villa Grande kind of feeding into different branches of Swift Creek. And then you can kind of see the older portion of Winterville, where what we had to do was a lot of your infrastructure is mimicking your original farm drainage. So you can go back and you'll see where their pipes are. Those used to be old farm ditches that, as communities got developed, they got tiled, which means a pipe placed and filled in and structures placed. So we kind of had to go through time to figure out where those breakpoints are, but they're following your natural breakpoints of the topography from way back in the day. So Fork Swamp, coincidentally, also just had 14 subbasins. I was not trying to break them equally. That just kind of broke that way. So here they are shown on the map here. So this is everything flowing to the east to Fork Swamp. So your East Winterville here is a really big subbasin that's kind of joined in with Brookfield, and this all kind of flows up north temporarily before joining Fork Swamp and then continuing on down south here. So to give you an example, what we did with each one of those individual subbasins, we did a criticality of each subbasin. I wanted to use West Winterville as an example just because it's a very large subbasin, and it's also where the majority of your flooding issues that town staff identified exist in this subbasin. So just a quick little example. This is your West Winterville subbasin. It's providing it's flowing north and providing some drainage to Main Street, and it's flowing up to your water tower area, and eventually goes and flows left and passes under the railroad, and then it joins up with where you guys are addressing the outfall, the Noble Canal area. That's where it eventually exits. So what I have highlighted here these are known flood areas in the town of Winterville, over on Ain Street, Academy Street, this portion of Main Street between Jones and Ainge, North Street, and then you've got between Walter and Ola Circle, and then as well as where your Noble Canal study kind of ends, you've got some issues right there to the east of Railroad Street. So that's the bulk of your problem areas. You have a few other area issues in town. Main and Mill is a big issue, and we'll talk about that in a minute. You have some small community-focused issues like Cornerstone, and in the report we touch on some things such as HOA ordinances, and you're going to see some shared maintenance between these HOAs and the town. So we can click through some of these real rough preliminary problem areas. But again, these are the ones I just rattled off here. I mentioned the Cornerstone we'll touch on. And this Blount Street outfall flood area 7, this is the project we're really looking at to address the Main and Mill concern. And it goes back to kind of how we are approaching the areas that provide drainage to NCDOT areas. So I'll touch on that in a second. So flood area number 3 here, this is where your Noble Canal study is ending. I believe there's a proposed new outfall that will be put down Tyson Street. You'll still have flood area right here to the east once that work is completed, because the 3 parallel 36-inch pipes that are crossing under the road here, they're reverse grade. So, you're always gonna have to have enough stormwater build up pressure to kind of push it up over that hump. So a real rough, simple idea here would essentially be to relay those as 3 individual parallel 36-inch pipes as they currently exist. If you got deeper into design, you could look at things as doing a single 60-inch pipe that would maybe give you a greater surface area, but what you have to look at there is to ensure you have enough ground coverage to put in those pipes. I assume the engineer before me put in those 3 parallel 36-inch pipes because a 60-inch pipe probably might be sticking out of the ground. So I kept it as is right now, but if you get those on grade, there's no reason the hydraulic capacity shouldn't allow that stormwater to flow through under those railroads, especially as your Noble Canal study is planning to add an additional crossing under your railroad as well to divert some of this flow. So you can see I show on here scheduled to be rerouted. Up here on Gardner Street is flowing south right now. I believe the Noble Canal study is proposing kind of sending it to the west and then under this new crossing that will go down Tyson Street. So hopefully when you alleviate the amount of stormwater going through this existing crossing under the railroad, you can simply just be able to relay those pipes at the proper grade and everything will start functioning. And I just want to make sure to mention the way I'm going to be progressing through these projects and the way you want to be doing it with stormwater and the way you guys have been doing it is starting at your outfall and moving upstream, or else you're not going to see any benefits if you're fixing your upstream stuff and you got downstream problems. So if we move a little bit upstream of the Railroad Street area that I was talking about, I believe the town is really aware, right behind us, North Street has some flooding. Once you do this assessment, I know it's hard to see for you guys here, but some problems initially jump out. So you have a 15-inch pipe crossing under North Street that drains to an 18-inch pipe that drains to a 36-inch pipe, and that 36-inch pipe is then feeding a 24-inch pipe. I think we can all see what the problem is right there. So, that 24-inch pipe that's downstream of that 36-inch is gonna need to be at least upsized to a 36-inch to justify receiving that flow, to address those flood issues. And that's the great benefit of these assessments, is the problems they make sense. Where everywhere the town identified a flood issue, there were improperly sized pipes. And again, this is just a rough preliminary improvement so it looks like I actually was looking at a 48-inch pipe here, and that's likely to make it jive with the future improvements that are coming from the Noble Canal study. You have some private drainage in this area that we talked about, that if there was ever any issues on Railroad Street, that you could maybe adopt and provide drainage to the east and pick up. So again, in the same general area on Jones Street, you have another parallel 36 inches pipes that are crossing here. It's provided this town-maintained ditch. That will be another product you receive in an actual swamp, is we identified ditches that exist in the town of Winterville for which the town should be responsible for maintenance, making sure they don't become overgrown. And then we tried to identify the ditches that it would be more of the responsibility of the HOAs to maintain. Again, here, once you pinpoint these flood issues and you look at them, the problems just jump off the page. These 3 36-inch pipes are reverse grade. They need to be relayed. If they can be upsized, that's something you could look at later in design. You get flood area on Mill Street here, and this is a DOT area where they are actually providing drainage portion of it through a 36-inch RCP, joining with an 18-inch RCP, and the town infrastructure is a 36-inch pipe. So that makes sense that there's gonna be some flooding here on Main Street. So, you'd wanna upsize that downstream pipe to ensure you can accommodate your NCDOT infrastructure. Academy Street is, this is being impacted by that exact same NCDTO area, essentially this 12-inch stormwater pipe. It's kind of like the 6-inch sanitary sewer pipe you hear about how all 6-inch sanitary sewers are undersized and needs to be upsized. Pretty much all 12-inch storm pipes, people are flagging them to be upsized to a 15-inch. That's your typical minimum storm pipe these days. So Academy Street's being drained by an old 12-inch pipe, and then it's not able to overcome the flooding issues that are existing on Main Street. So you'd want to address flood area 5 before you address flood area 6. Flood area 4 is over on Ain Street. Again, I'm not going to get into the fact that, you know, the downstream pipe's just too small. But I did want to point out this area for a second here. This is one area where the town does have a drainage easement off of Ain Street for this drop inlet back here in this yard. And this is one area where the town has an easement, so if there is flooding behind this citizen's house and the town wanted to be proactive and helpful, they have the right to go back there and help as much as they can, but that does not mean you own that pipe just because there's an easement there. It's not providing any town drainage. The rain is gonna fall on private property, falls into that box, that's a private box. Goes into that pipe, it's a private pipe, and it doesn't turn town until it hits Ain Street and it's collecting stormwater from a town-owned street. So this is what the project I'm referring to is the Blount Street outfall. This is over by the relatively newer 11 and Main development. You have an old farm ditch where all your stormwater is outfalling through a 24-inch pipe. It's being received by a 24-inch pipe from an NCO. This is a predominantly NCDOT subbasin, Mill Street. It's pretty much collecting mostly water off Mill Street, some from the Dollar General's parking lot, and I believe there's a lot of issues. I mean, I live in Winterville. There's a lot of issues. Main and Mill intersection, you get flooding there. Preliminary conversations with NCDOT, you know, they're going to avoid utility improvement work as much as they can, and they will place the burden on communities to address their outfalls before they will even start discussing addressing their infrastructure issues, which makes sense. You want to start at the lowest point and work your way up. So again, yeah, at 11 and Main here, right off Blount Street, that 24-inch pipe is trying to provide outfall for all of the rainwater falling on Mill Street. It's struggling. It needs to be significantly upsized. We're showing a 60-inch HP pipe here that would, you know, need to really be looked at as far as ground coverage. When you talk about stormwater as well, a common question people usually have is, well, that ditch that's receiving that, you're gonna come in here and put a 60-inch pipe. Well, what can that ditch even handle? I'll be honest, most of these old farm ditches, correct me if I'm wrong, Blaine, but I mean, back in the day, I think like 5-year storm they were sized for when the farmers were establishing them. I mean, so a lot of these projects, you would want to maybe look in to see if these ditches needed to be dredged out to be able to handle a more frequent storm, at least a 10-year storm. You know, you want to make sure the improvements you're doing makes sense. You know, just putting a 60-inch pipe into a ditch isn't going to necessarily address your flooding issues. But yeah, so we did not forget about Main and Mill. We're just talking about it and under a Blount Street outfall mindset now, with that understanding of we address this area first, we re-engage NCDOT later to see if we can put that burden of responsibility for them to maintain their utility at Main and Mill once the town has done all the effort that they can do. This is Cornerstone off of Fire Tower Road. This is, I believe, is a relatively recent issue of flooding here. This house on this parcel was built some years back. It was one of the last houses to be developed in this neighborhood. Fire Tower Road, of course, is NCDOT. This ditch here is a privately owned ditch. It is clearly identified as private in the deed. So this pipe receiving flow from it is going to be private. However, that is a 30-inch pipe draining into a town-maintained 24-inch pipe. So you're getting flooding very badly in this guy's backyard. You know, the town has come to me and there's not a lot of help they can provide in the backyard area here because you have no right to touch that ditch and you don't have ownership of that pipe. I don't even believe there's an easement for that pipe right there. But what the town can do is ensure their downstream pipes are adequate to provide drainage. So it helps the town define what their responsibility is and where does it stop and where does it end. You know, I touched on ditches earlier. In the center of Cornerstone, you got this ditch back here. It's pretty hard to get to from these people's properties. They all have fenced-in backyards. If you pull the ordinance for Cornerstone, it has a it has an easement on that ditch for the town to go in there and keep it cleared as necessary because it is providing drainage to these town streets within Cornerstone. However, the responsibility to keep that ditch maintained is spelled out to be the responsibility of the HOAs. So part of what we're going to talk about in that report that the town can discuss internally is what ordinances do we have? What type of enforcement do we have when it comes to these HOAs? How often should town staff be going in there? How much resources should they be dedicating versus should the town be looking for the HOAs to pick up some of this maintenance that they may be responsible for? And I wanted to make that clear too, because I know you guys get a lot of citizen phone calls about flooding and stuff too, and that's why you want to be able to speak educationally to your citizens about who is responsible, whether they have an HOA that they can turn to, or whether they do need to be turned into town staff. So based on those projects that I just quickly went over, we tried to pull together some preliminary cost estimates for each one of these. And again, depending on the type of funding that you're looking to pursue, as well as the size of the project, some of these projects could be packaged together. They could be broken up smaller if you're trying to utilize town funds. So this just gives you the tool to kind of repackage it and represent it each funding cycle as needed. Blaine touched on this a little bit here. So these are cost estimates, and I staggered them over a 10-year period going from downstream to upstream. So again, this is meant to be a living document that's moved around. And then just to kind of give some working numbers for the staff to start playing with in their internal discussions, let's assume you do a loan for every single one of these projects, a 20-year loan at a 2% interest rate, and we can kind of start to see the funds that would be required and how they would kind of build up. You know, if you just started off with, followed up this assessment with a CCTV project, you know, you could probably do a real small $20,000 payment to cover that. If you did all these improvements over 10 years and you did entirely loans at 20-year, 2%, about $400,000 payment would be what you'd be looking at. And that's just to give you some rough ideas to start off. So with that, I'll open up to any questions. Blaine, did you have anything you wanted to add to the CIP slide? So with that, if there's any questions from the council, I'm happy to take them.
I got one question. I didn't hear anything about Railroad Street and Runner White Road in the area there.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that that is, both roads are DOT, but
Right.
they do have a lot of flooding right there on Runner White Road, close to. We got a serious problem with that.
Right, and that's gonna take it over to 11 and Main. Right? Yeah, and that's gonna go to 11 and Main, that Blount Street outfall.
That would, they go where? 11 and Main?
Blunt, yeah, Blunt Street, I know, it's Raleigh. Yeah,
So-
the Blunt Street outfall would be that tied to that same area.
So basically, there's two situations in town where NCDOT areas are heavily flooded, or NCDOT's area. However, we have drainage system between, say, their area that floods and one of the major canals, right? So in order to get, before DOT will work on the area that needs to be, we have to upsize ours, because they don't want to upsize theirs and then dump it into a smaller system. So basically, we have to upsize our system, and once we make that improvement, then they can upsize theirs.
But the cost is not up there, right?
Not for that particular project that you touched on, but I am aware of the area that you're speaking of, that the town did identify that as one of the flooding areas, but you're correct, I didn't include it on this. But that Blount Street outfall would be the first step to laying the groundwork to start re-engaging.
Like we said, this is a living document, and Excel spreadsheet and all that will be provided to the town.
Okay.
So that is, a new project that you know of, put cost estimate together, put it in there, lump something else out.
Thank you.
So I have a question, and thank you for your intricacies with explaining this. It is a lot to explain, a lot to have put together. My question, or my ask to you is, as the town is growing and as developers are coming in, what could you say to planning and zoning as, I guess, precautionary to share with developers? Do they share this packet? What do we share with developers that are coming in, and we're continuously growing, but with growth, we have more properties via more people, more population. That's straining on our stormwater. Right.
Yeah.
And more potential for flooding. And as I heard you say, it sometimes is up to the town to figure out, are they going to do it? Are they going to help alleviate it? Is it going to be the HOA? Is it going to be DOT? When a family is experiencing a flood, they need an immediate response. What can you share with us as a town, us as a council? What do we do in terms of next steps for developers that would like to continue to build? And what are the precautions that we need to take and look at? Because, like you said, this was farming area. It is growing, and we probably can't catch up with it by, developers coming in. What say you as experts, please?
So, I mean, the point of this is transparency, and an understanding. With this document, if you now know where your flood areas exist currently, and you're talking to a developer about a new neighborhood, you can now know that neighborhood, will it impact those flood areas and make them worse, or will it not? And then one thing I've been talking to Anthony about as far as working with developers is, again, one thing the citizens of Winterville really want is, who am I going to address these issues? And I think a lot of that goes back to, what are the ordinances the town has? What type of enforcement does the town have when they're going into these discussions with developers? Is there any sort of cost share for maintenance of these community ponds and et cetera? If you two want to pick up on any ideas, but I'd say town ordinances and that clarity of who's the ownership, who's responsible.
Well, we currently have a contract with the Wooten Company to work on our MS4 ordinances and standards. And so they've been working on that for quite some time. And basically, those standards address a couple of things, but they'll address development in the future, but it'll also address what processes we use, and it'll also help identify when we do get into some of those gray areas as to who's responsible for what. For example, a stormwater pond that's maybe been abandoned by a homeowners association because As we know, homeowners associations don't always stay around. So there's some things in the works that are gonna be coming about in the near future with some of the work that the Wooten Company's doing to help us get a better grasp on how to handle those unique situations that come up from time to time.
And typically, you have
Lane.
to design.
About closer to the mic, please, thank you.
Typically, you have to design to, say, a 10-year storm event based upon pre-development and post-development, and limit the amount of runoff that you can discharge at any given time. So I think that gets looked at during the development procedure to be addressed at that time. And I think that's where, correct me if I'm wrong, Wooten generally does y'all's stormwater review.
And just one other thing, the town of Winterville, for all the recent developments, when I was going through this, you guys have been really good at this, but you can see it didn't used to necessarily happen back in the day in the 70s, but just ensuring that the developers get easements for that infrastructure that they put in. So then once they hand it off to the town, you guys are set up properly to provide the services and maintenance that you need to provide to your citizens.
Thank you very much.
I got a question. I've talked about these before. You know, I'm not an advocate for retention ponds, but it bothers me that, you know, we're still building the apartments by Blunt Street, and you got what? We've got 2 large retention ponds there. How can we remedy that? What can we do about that? That's a pretty new development. Those apartments, and they end up, you know, there were only about 1 or 2 houses on Blunt Street. And now you've got all those apartments, and you have those large retention ponds.
And I think that's just gonna be whatever method the developer chooses to address the stormwater runoff. I mean, there's probably, you know, various other methods for attenuating that runoff. And that was just one for that development.
I see that Blunt Street's on the list of projects. It's not real high, but it's on that list.
And I think that one was put up there to address the downstream issues, so DOT will address the upstream issues in Mill Street.
Anthony, am I correct? Lebanon, Maine, all that infrastructure will be private because those were not built to town street standards, so it will not be handed over to the town, those ponds and those catch basins on those streets.
Can you say that again?
The infrastructure that was put in place in Lebanon, Maine,
Yes.
those streets, I believe, were not built to the town's required ordinances as far as width to provide emergency services vehicles. And so they were not adopted by the town, so therefore those are private, that's a private community, those are private roads, raindrop rule, those are private infrastructure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We appreciate your in-depth analysis for our stormwater. It is a big thing in our community. All of us are faced with changing our routes when it rains a lot. I go home because if I don't go home, I can't get home. So
You gotta take a boat.
I go, when it starts raining, I go home. Once I'm there, I just stay there. And we do have that problem here in town. We learn to alter our routes, but it doesn't mean that we don't want to do anything about it. And so we appreciate everything you've done in this study and bringing these, and the town staff that work with you to bring this to our attention.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
But I would like to say this also. Through the years, I have seen an improvement, you know, because even though with the growth that we do have here in our town, I think that we have done an excellent job of trying to maintain the growth. But yes, we do. We have some pains. Yes, we do. But I can say this, I think we have done an excellent job on combating, you know, stand up with the problem and try to do what we can to provide the service that we need for our new development.
If you would make a motion to adopt the CI Capital Improvements Program, the 10-year, and the asset management plan that'll be provided, it's probably gonna be about that thick, y'all wouldn't,
Can those be made together? Is that sufficient?
yes, that's.
Yes, they can.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we accept the asset management plan as presented by Rivers and Associates and approve the stormwater CIP contingent, of course, on staff modifications.
I second.
All right, we have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, seconded by Councilman Moy. Any discussion, any questions?
I do have a question. There were some figures given for improvements along the way or staggered improvements. That would be a part of this project, right? And those amounts that were provided, those are contingent upon, like, is that all on the town, those figures? For projects along the way, is that like a?
Yes, ma'am, they would be our projects, and so what we would do is we would try to incorporate those in every annual budget process to assess where we are and see what kind of funding we can get through. So maybe a situation, if some grant funding does come available, we'll certainly apply for it. It may speed a project up or push it back depending on the funding source, but those projects will be ours and we'll work. In other words, a good example is without the CIP adopted, when we go to apply for grants, it's difficult to get the funding. So if we have it when we make application to the funding agencies, then they can see we've done our due diligence up front and we get extra points for it through the funding agency application process.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the public knew that was
Sure.
part of it and those figures. Thank you, and that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am, and you can try to, find a funding source wherever, whether it be through, loans or grants or, changes to your rate structure.
And just another comment, in terms of, although, we're about to vote on it, just keeping in mind, as developers come in, that is a strain on our stormwater and our sewer, and we need to keep that in mind. We should not put that on the back burner. When developers come in, what incentives can they give us? What can they do and work along with us? That is something I wanted to say.
I just want to add that those figures are in today's dollars, so if the project gets bumped or you start bringing projects up, they may need to be updated as the years come.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Ready for the vote? Motion passed.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we have the first one, if you'll recall, we changed the order. So the first one is the Farmstead Subdivision Development Agreement.
Thank you, Town Manager, Mayor Pro Tem. We have two public hearings tonight that relate to Farmstead subdivision, and as we have acknowledged a few minutes ago, that we have switched the order. The development agreement and annexation, the discussion and approval of these two issues are somewhat linked, and so it made sense to approve or discuss the development agreement first and then follow up with the annexation. So I'm going to lead the discussion regarding the development agreement, and I think Stephen is going to come behind me with the annexation. The development agreement, The farmstead, just to set the table, I guess, farmstead is a 96-acre tract of land at the intersection of Reed Branch Road and Davenport Farm Road. The developer for farmstead is Sutton Land Holdings LLC. I think we have several members of the LLC here tonight, along with other engineer and their attorneys here, and I'm sure some of them will speak during the public hearing. You recall at your August meeting, the council voted to allow GUC to serve farmstead with water and sewer. About that same time, discussions began about the preparation or drafting of a development agreement. That document, of course, is before you tonight. I have reviewed it on quite a few occasions, and it's now in final form. You have in your agenda packet the development agreement. The exhibits to the development agreement are at your seat. The two of them work together for the document. In summary, the development agreement does identify that the town will request GUC to serve the subdivision with water and sewer. Also, it states that the developer will petition the town for annexation of the subdivision, and as I just mentioned, that's on your agenda right after we discuss the development agreement. Also, pursuant to discussions with the developer, they agreed to pay a fee in lieu of, if you will, of $20,000. And so the development agreement, if you will, further states those three matters. That's in essence what the development agreement speaks to. The general statute 160D 1005 requires that if a development agreement is approved, that the town holds a public hearing, which of course is what we have tonight, and it's been properly noticed. And then once we conclude with the public hearing, the council can discuss the approval of the agreement. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have of me about the development agreement. And then from there, we'd ask the Mayor Pro Tem to open the public hearing. But first, I'll be glad to answer any questions about the agreement.
Attorney, I
Yes,
got
sir.
one question pertaining to the traffic. I think that we talked about that first to have a traffic light there, and then is I'm wrong or right?
I think that was-
A roundabout. I think they came up with the roundabout at the end. Would that be put in place?
The development agreement itself does not speak to anything, I guess, to that great detail. I imagine the representatives for Farmstead could speak to that.
Okay. And they are here tonight, right?
Yes, sir, they are.
I do. Yeah, I'll speak to that really quickly. So during the Farmstead conditional district, one of the elements of the conditional district was that the developer will install a traffic signal at the intersection of Davenport Farm Road and Reedy Branch Road if approved by NCDOT. NCDOT reviewed and studied the intersection. They determined that a traffic signal was not appropriate for the intersection and have decided that a roundabout is the appropriate upgrade at that intersection. They are going to do the upgrade, however, they have stated that they're not sure when. They have pushed kind of the project out. It's not funded yet, but they plan to do the project themselves.
We will now open the public hearing on the Farmstead subdivision development agreement. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone that wants to speak in favor of?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Clint Cogburn. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm Ward & Smith with offices at 82 Patton Avenue in Asheville, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of my client Sutton Land Holdings LLC and Sutton Capital Group, which has applied for both the approval of this development agreement and the corresponding annexation petition. As Mr. Lasser mentioned, those requests are fundamentally intertwined. So I'll cover both of these as part of this initial presentation, and certainly happy to answer any questions both as part of this public hearing for the development agreement or as part of the development or the public hearing for the annexation petition. Here with me tonight are some of the members of Sutton Land Holdings, Mr. Darren Sutton, Mr. Dale Olson. Kent Brizendine has also worked alongside of us as part of the Sutton Land Holdings group. We've been working extensively with the town over not only the past few weeks, but several months in putting together this development agreement and the annexation petition. And what we're proposing is, again, the annexation of 4 separate parcels that are located along Reedy Branch Road and Davenport Farm Road. Those are identified in staff's report and should be included in your packets. Those parcels, although not currently located within the town's corporate limits, are located within the town's extraterritorial jurisdiction. Alongside that, we are proposing this development agreement that would allow the subject properties to connect to existing infrastructure in the immediate area that is owned and maintained by GUC, that being water and sewer infrastructure. As part of our review, it was identified that there was not existing infrastructure capabilities in that immediate area. And so to facilitate the development of this property, we've come up with the proposed development agreement to allow my clients to, as part of their development of the property, to connect to those GUC utility infrastructure, to not require the town to extend certain utility infrastructure as otherwise would be obligated in the ordinance, and to annex those properties into the town to further increase the property tax base of the municipality. On the annexation petition, very briefly, I do want to note that, again, we're proposing to annex in those 4 properties in conjunction with the development agreement. That petition has met the requirements of North Carolina General Statutes 160A-31. It's been signed by a representative of my client, the owner of the property. It's been properly noticed, and staff is in support of the annexation. Additionally, the subject property meets the definition of a contiguous annexation. Specifically, it is flanked on multiple sides by properties that are located within the corporate limits of the town of Winterville. Additionally, per the Pitt County GIS, the portion of Reedy Branch Road that fronts some of the subject properties is in the town corporate limits and appears to be maintained by the town. And per Pitt County GIS, Davenport Farm Road, where it intersects with Reedy Branch Road, heading east, is within the town's corporate limits and, again, appears to be owned and maintained by the town. So this is directly contiguous with existing properties in the town's corporate limits. We believe that the annexation is reasonable. It's in the town's interest. My client is excited to put forward the annexation petition to become part of the town and to be within the town's corporate limits. It is a substantial property approaching almost 100 acres. And so, again, we believe that it will be an asset to the town moving forward, becoming fully a part of the town and in its corporate limits. Again, in conjunction with the annexation petition, we proposed this development agreement, which Mr. Lasser spoke to and is before council. It has been a product of, again, weeks and months of work and revisions to refine this agreement, to obviously meet all statutory requirements and to address any concerns from the town related to the development agreement. Again, the purpose of this development agreement is to address a concern from the town related to providing certain water and sewer services to the subject property, as Sutton Land Holdings is working to develop that into a much needed residential development and provide increased residential capacity to the town of Winterville and the surrounding area. GUC does have that existing infrastructure in the area, and so this is why we've proposed this development agreement to allow my clients, as part of their development, to connect to it in exchange for, again, annexing into the town and providing that fee in lieu to go towards future infrastructure improvements in that area, or that the town of Winterville may need to further expand water and sewer services in that immediate surrounding area. As Mr. Lasser noted, this council has already considered the underlying purpose of this development agreement and approved my client's ability to connect to GUC for water and sewer. This is just memorializing that approval and putting it into place as an agreement that will then run with the property. It will be recorded if approved, and so it will run with the property moving forward. As with the annexation petition, we believe that this is reasonable. We believe that this is mutually beneficial both for the town and my client in addressing a pressing need. It allows my client to move forward with its development and connect to existing utility infrastructure. It doesn't require the town to extend that utility infrastructure, provides the town with some resources moving forward that then can be allocated towards that type of infrastructure improvement in the future. And as part of this, we are proposing annexing in those properties. I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have and appreciate the time this evening.
Any questions?
Don't necessarily have a question, I just have a comment. While I appreciate the $20,000 in lieu of, I think considering the cost that it might have been for the developer to put in place infrastructure, it might be minimal considering any payments, fees that the town might have collected over the life of this property.
And very much appreciate that comment. Really, the rationale in proposing this development agreement is that per the town's own ordinances and per state statute, there are certain requirements in terms of proximity that the town is obligated to extend certain infrastructure towards my client's property. It is my understanding as part of these negotiations that the town was not necessarily in a position to immediately do that, and so in an effort to solve that problem and to create, again, a mutually beneficial situation where my client could connect to existing infrastructure that is directly approximate to the proposed location with the GUC infrastructure, and to move forward with that development, this is where we landed. So that's the rationale there, because otherwise there are certain triggering requirements in the ordinance that could require the town to extend it to at least a certain location where that infrastructure doesn't currently exist.
And I understand that and I appreciate that, but I also believe that with a project of this size and all involved, that maybe that would be something that would be researched and that with due diligence would have been found in advance. But thank you for your time.
And just to clarify, that was something that was identified, and that is, again, why we approached the town with this proposal.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone want to speak against? Anybody else wants to speak for it? For the project? In favor of the project? Okay. You don't have anyone to speak against. So what is the board's pleasure? What?
You're doing fine, you're doing fine, just.
Okay. I now close the public hearing on the development agreement for Farmstead. The board,
I would like to make a motion to accept their annexation,
Development agreement.
the development agreement, I'm sorry.
Second.
all right. Motion was made by Councilman Moy to accept the development agreement and seconded by Councilwoman Herrera. Are you ready for the vote?
Yeah, it was approved, 4-1. So then, the next public hearing for Farmstead would be the annexation, and I'll turn that over to Stephen.
Good evening. So we have received an annexation petition for Farmstead. Farmstead, as just discussed, is just north of Open Door Church, south of Pitt Community College. It is west of Reedy Branch Road that's going north to south here. And if you look right here, this is Davenport Farm Road, splitting the project going east to west. Applicant is Sutton Land Holdings LLC. They're the owners of the project. Again, this is west of Reedy Branch Road at the Davenport Farm intersection. It's a 96.2 acre site. The northern portion of it is zoned R8 conditional district, so that's north of Davenport Farm Road. South of Davenport Farm Road is zoned R10 conditional district. We're anticipating 179 single-family residential homes at this subdivision. They are also proposing a pool, cabana, and amenity center at this site too. This is just an image of the boundary survey just to show the annexation, what will be annexed. And staff does recommend approval of the annexation. If approved, it'll be effective March 31st, 2026. Are there any questions prior to the public hearing? Thank you.
Now open the public hearing on this farmstead subdivision annexation. We have entertained favorable.
Madam Mayor, members of council, again, Clint Cogburn, land use attorney with Ward and Smith. Just noting my presence and statements previously for the record in the minutes. Again, we would ask that this annexation petition be approved. It meets all the requirements of the statute. We believe that it is in the town's interest. And we appreciate staff's support of the annexation petition and happy to answer any questions.
Question? Anyone else want to speak in favor of? Anyone wanting to speak in opposition to it? I now declare the public hearing for the farmstead subdivision annexation closed. The board, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion that we approve the Farmstead subdivision annexation.
I second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Harrell, seconded by Councilman Moy, that we approve the farmstead subdivision annexation. Any questions? You ready for the vote? Approved unanimously. Take a break now. We're gonna take a break for about 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, yeah.
I was getting close.
It's time. The best I can. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Got good help from both sides.
Listen, you can always ask a question. It's never
Break is now over. We will continue with our public hearings. Southbrook Phase 3 rezoning.
Good evening, council. So we have received, the town has received a rezoning request for Southbrook Phase 3 planned unit development. Southbrook is located on Church Street Extension. If you look right here, north to south, this is Church Street Extension, east to west. Right here is Lori Ellis Road. You have Old Tar Road here, Reedy Branch Road here, just to kind of give you a little bit of understanding. But the blue is Southbrook land. This star right here is Phase 3 where we're discussing today. Planned unit development. So this is a PUD. A PUD is a form of both a rezoning and a land use. It provides flexibility in design for subdivisions to allow cluster development in exchange for permanently preserved open space. On this site, Southbrook was kind of the perfect example or perfect type of project for that. There's a significant amount of environmentally sensitive land on this, or features on this site, and allowing them to use a PUD created a comprehensive project for the entire site. Just to remind everybody of the timeline, the applicant did hold 2 community meetings in 2022 for public input prior to Town Council's approval of the existing PUD in 2023. The preliminary plat for the majority of this site has already been approved. Phase 1 and 2 have already been approved in 2024 and 2025. The remaining 8.536 acres is what we're discussing today during the rezoning. This has not been preliminary platted. The applicant is Southbrook NC LLC. Scott Moore is with us today. Again, location is Church Street Extension and Lori Ellis Road. It's an 8.536 acre site of the total 245.43 acre site. It's currently zoned conditional district PUD with R6 and multifamily residential districts within it. Again, this was approved in 2023. The applicant is requesting to change a portion of the PUD that is currently R6, so essentially single-family detached or typical homes, to multifamily residential or single-family attached or townhomes. So essentially what they're requesting is to relocate an area that would require single-family detached homes to allow single-family attached. And this is the kind of overall just zoning look of the land. As you see, the light tan areas are the single-family detached or traditional detached homes. This yellow area is where the single-family attached or multifamily zoning district is located. The applicant wishes to rezone Phase 3 from, again, the R6, which would be detached homes, to the multifamily residential, which would be the attached or townhomes. In doing so, this would, there's a few positives to it for sure. This would eliminate this riparian buffer crossing right here that would currently be the location of the single-family attached homes. The applicant is proposing to shift, instead of this area, to shift the single-family attached to this location just beside the existing single-family attached. This shifts it not only away from Church Street Extension and visibility on that street, but it brings it interior to the site and more of a cohesive project. No other changes to the PUD are proposed during this. Density, overall number of units will all remain the same. This is an image of the entire project. Again, just wanted to show you where Phase 3 was located, where this star is located. And zoomed in a little bit, this is looking at Phase 3. Now, I do want to remind or show everybody there are 2 existing stubs into Phase 3. So the applicant and staff have been working together to ensure if this is rezoned that there's proper connection to this area. Future land use plan categorizes this area as suburban residential and suggests 1 to 3 units per acre. With 612 units and 245 acres, the density is 2.49 units per acre, so it is within the suggested density for suburban residential. The request also achieves goals of the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. With the comprehensive plan, of course, the density is within the suggested density. It also utilizes a conservation subdivision design and avoids environmental impacts on this site, which we've discussed. There's significant environmental impacts located on this site, or features on this site. And the zoning ordinance, Southbrook is a perfect PUD candidate because of its environmental challenges. And their request also aligns with PUD principles. PUD principles for Winterville require that any change proposed produces equal or higher quality design. And I believe that their proposal does. It eliminates a riparian buffer crossing and an environmental impact. It also results in a much better transportation and interconnectivity design overall. So it'll allow 2 stubs to this area rather than the one and crossing a riparian buffer on the previous one. Therefore, staff does recommend approval of Southbrook Phase 3 rezoning request as it is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan and is reasonable for development in the area. Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended at their January 2026 meeting. And prior to our consistency, reasonableness, and rezoning vote, we'll hold a public comment, but are there any questions for me as staff prior to the public comments?
So I just want to make sure, just points of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is not making any change, from what I understand, to the number of units, single-family, multifamily, it's a simple flip-flop.
That's correct, yes,
And
ma'am.
the reasoning for that, according to the application, is to eliminate the need for a stream crossing, and it ensures that all single-family homes will be located completely internal to the Southbrook subdivision.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess my only question, this is, we've had this will be our 3rd revision. 1 was withdrawn, it actually would be the 4th if that had not been withdrawn. And I just wonder why maybe this was not addressed originally. What did we miss? What has changed? What might be?
I think likely, and I'll let the applicant discuss that, but I assume probably during construction drawings, figuring out a better design, figuring out where good land is that you can build, because a lot of the times when you're doing the preliminary plat, you're making some assumptions. Then when you're in the construction drawings, you're actually nailing into the ground and you know what the soils are at that point. But I will allow them to, elaborate on that as well too.
Any more questions for Stephen?
Thank you.
Now open the public hearing for the Southbrook Phase 3 rezoning. Anyone want to speak in favor of?
Oh,
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Scott Moore. I am one of the owners and also the applicant for Southbrook NC LLC. Before I get started, I think your staff deserves all the credit in the world. I just really enjoy working with Steve and just wanted to thank him publicly for all of his work and make that known with you guys. So as staff has stated, we're here this evening to rezone approximately 8.5 acres within our concept plan, which is on the screen before you. Since we're the only approved PUD, it's good to cover the purpose of what a concept plan is. The concept plan is really schematic in nature. Its design is meant to really provide a general layout of the housing surrounded by open space, interconnected roadways, system with future substreets and neighboring properties. It also outlines just those zoning districts that Stephen was talking about earlier, the lighter yellow being R6 and the darker yellow being MR as well. So to answer some of the questions that have been asked, throughout the whole development process, we're constantly getting feedback from staff through the plan reviews, we're getting feedback from our contractors on site, and we're constantly just learning more about the site, so we're always looking for ways to improve the design, make it more efficient, make it more higher quality, which ultimately leads to a better layout within the community. So for this evening, and what's been spoken, we're really focusing on revising the 2 areas of the existing concept plan, which are outlined on the slide to the left, We're updating those areas with number of revisions that are shown on the concept plan, the slide to the right. The red encompasses the changes that we're making just to Area 1, and then the blue encompasses those 8.5 acres for that rezoning area, and also the changes that we're making as well. So the approved concept plan, which is on the left, currently allows that development, which proposes crossing that Neuse River buffer. It also provides for single-family attached homes to be wrapped around a cul-de-sac with their rear yards facing up or abutting up against Church Street extension. So the revisions that we're producing tonight have three primary benefits. One, as staff has alluded to, it's the reduction of the environmental impact and not crossing that street, which lessens the overall environmental impact. Two, it's just an improved layout after we relocate those areas off of Church Street to the interior of the community. This keeps all of those units and types of units together, ensures, again, that no rear backyards will ever be up on Church Street, so we feel like that's a good quality. And finally, when we remove all of that, that area becomes undisturbed on Church Street. That will allow for a larger buffer, more open space, certainly will enhance our entrance as people are coming up Church Street to then enter the community. So as staff has noted, there are no changes to any of the density numbers. They remain originally as approved. And then again, we're just here tonight to rezone that 8.5 acres to be able to make those changes happen. So that's pretty much the extent of the requests, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
The area that you're requesting to remove, are you planning on replacing it with anything there?
No, and we couldn't do anything anyways without coming back to you. So right now, what we're showing is it is undisturbed, it will be left that way. And if there was going to be any changes or anything would happen in the future, we'd have to be right back up here presenting something to you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak in favor of? We'll entertain anyone who wants to speak in opposition to.
Yes, I just got one more question. The unit that we're speaking of, number 1 going to number 2, what's already planned at number 2? Is that going to be the same unit, or it's going to be different types of unit?
Sure. So let me get that. Currently, what we had originally approved, again, this area was just an extension of the single-family detached homes. And then we also had approved for those single-family attached here. So really just the change that we're doing outside of the benefits is just taking those attached and moving them internal to this area here. That's why it's shown as being that kind of changed color. That 8.5 acres, that's the rezoning, just that portion, which is just the portion in blue.
Are you finished? I have a question with regards to the units becoming attached. How does that affect stormwater? How does that, I know it's, it's moving from one area to the next. It has been described as the same amount of density. However, how will that affect stormwater usage in a attached format? And what can be done to ensure that there is no additional stormwater constraint?
Sure. So the entire site, including this section, is all going to go through extensive stormwater reviews. I think really the advantageous thing with regards to stormwater here is not affecting those ditches with the crossing. That's what that would do. Having a larger spread out area will also provide probably and not to mention more roadway, that will provide more impervious coverage, which leads to worsening issues with stormwater. So when you're having issues like this, what we're proposing, it actually works more in favor of stormwater because we'll have less impervious coverage as an overall design. and we're not impacting the areas that are directly related to that Neuse River buffer. So I feel like this is a much better design in terms of better stormwater design than what the original approval was provided for.
Thank you. And then for this property, if stormwater, if there becomes a problem, like you said, you will come back to the council. Will you or your development, who would be responsible if flooding occurs? Would that then be on a town? How does that work? Or can you just share that with the public?
All of this is private stormwater design that's reviewed and approved by the state, so all of this would fall back on the HOA. The HOA will have rules and regulations about the constant maintenance that needs to take place. This is not dissimilar from the other subdivisions that we have as well, where we have those items which are deed restrictions onto the owners that they will be responsible, talking about after we leave, of course, they will be responsible for the long-term maintenance of those areas.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Close the public hearing on Southbrook Phase 3 rezoning. What is the pleasure of the board?
I do want to remind council that I do have a slide right here if anybody wants to use it for their motion as well.
I got a question about that. I
Yes,
attend the
ma'am.
planning and zoning meetings, and I know that there are several criteria that you use as far as approving or a change or whatever. Are we bound by those same criteria?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we have to review for consistency and reasonableness, same as the planning and zoning board. Yes, ma'am. And this is the kind of the template that they use. Theirs, I do kind of break it up into sections a little bit more, but it's the exact same information.
What's the pleasure of the board? Close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve the Southbrook Phase 3 rezoning request as it is consistent with Winterville's comprehensive land use plan. It is reasonable and in the public's best interest.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Smith and seconded by Councilwoman Harrell to approve the Southbrook Phase 3 rezoning. All right, you ready for the question? Vote. Right, it passed unanimously. Do we have public comment? We do not have anyone signed up for public comment tonight, so I won't read this long policy. The consent agenda has been approved with the approval of the agenda. I needed a separate motion.
For consent agenda, yes.
Okay. Need a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Smith, seconded by Councilman Moore to approve the consent agenda. Are you ready? Ready for?
I have a question. Is it time for discussion? There's been a second motion.
This is the consent agenda.
There has been a motion made. Has it been a second made?
Yes.
Is it open for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So my discussion, again, and as I shared before, prior, for consent agendas, when we see consent agendas, where is information for the public to read into details, while the council may see something in an attachment? Where can the public get that, and can somebody share that for the public?
Yes, ma'am, it's included in the agenda packets that are posted on our,
I'm talking
About
about
the actual-
agenda, like somebody coming this evening?
Oh.
How do they get that? Please share.
Other than what's denoted on the, go ahead, Don.
The, everything on the consent agenda is a part of the agenda packet, which is available to the public and is distributed to everyone on the agenda distribution list.
Is that noted here? So, thank you for sharing that. So, what is the agenda distribution list? Is that the sunshine list? And please tell the public how they can gain access.
The agenda distribution list is the same as what is known as the sunshine list. Anyone can be a part of that. All I need to know is for them to contact me with their email address, or we can provide it elsewise if they let me know differently.
Okay, thank you. That is very important for the public to know when they see consent agendas and they are motioned and voted on. I have a question with regards to the resolutions back here. A through G. I also have a question with regards to number 2, budget amendment, as well as number 2 and 3. I do not have my device for reference, or I would have specified what I am, have a question about. So I'm going to ask the town manager to please explain before this is voted on, budget amendment, what is being amended on the budget. Also, number 3, audit contract. Is that what we were presented last time and now that's just being approved, or is there any changes? And then the resolutions, I want the public to know that these are, I guess, new things or things that the town council is approving. They're approving it, but I do have a question about a few of them. So, in any order.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna ask Ms. Manning to come up, if it's all right, to go through the budget amendment.
Sure.
So for our budget amendment, includes increasing the public buildings maintenance and repair facility line item by $29,000, and that covers the cost of mold remediation at the town hall and police, fire, rescue buildings. That will also increase public buildings capital outlay line item for the purchase of land on the west side of Winterville, and that amount was, let's see, $960,000. Then there were grant proceeds line item that will be increased to cover the recreation grant we received for $25,000 for the 2026 Eastern North Carolina Cal Ripken State Tournament. The third item addresses the need to increase the electrical capital outlay line item in the amount of $1,353,000. That's for the NCDOT Old Tar Road widening project electric line replacement, and those funds will be reimbursed back to the town. And then the electric sales revenue line item will be increased by $766,000, and that will cover the power cost adjustment that we will be recommending later on tonight. And the electric purchase for resale will also be increased by that same amount. And that's all for the budget amendment.
Thank you. And so these budget amendments, have these amendments been made over time or collectively, or has some additional amendments been put in? I just have that question, because, and thank you for sharing those, but when I look, I don't have my device. Am I going to see when those went into effect or when this was discussed, or how does that work for myself as a council person and a citizen and the public? How does that work? How do we know when did all of this totality of this get decided on to be put as an amendment to our budget?
Well, for the expenditure line items, we're asking for approval. Now, the grant we've already received.
So for the expenditure line items, you're asking for approval. That's what I'm saying. So the expenditures, y'all asking now currently for approval. When was this discussed? Like, when did the figures, how did y'all come up with the figures and say, okay, we're going to ask for that? And I hope my question is not far-fetched. I just want clarity for myself. How does that work?
So there's a multitude of ways, if I may, like our maintenance and repair line item.
Understand.
That's an ongoing saga, so
Sure.
it could be HVAC units, you know, as Jessica said, mold remediation.
Sure.
So those things kind of ebb and flow throughout the budget year.
Sure.
When the costs are more than we anticipate at the beginning of the budget year.
Understandable.
Okay,
That one.
the capital outlay, the the 960,000, that was, remind me, Jessica?
That was for the purchase of the land.
Oh, yes, so that's the land we've been discussing over
Okay.
previous meetings. The grant, staff's worked and applied for a grant, which they received in the amount of $25,000 to go towards cost of hosting the state tournament at the Cal Ripken level.
Okay, so, okay, that's for the Cal Ripken, that's
Yeah.
for the baseball.
Yes, ma'am, so
Okay.
that revenue's come in, and then we'll offset it if you all approve the expenditure line item in this amendment.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay.
All right, then the capital outlay item for the Altar relocation of electric utilities, we've discussed that in previous meetings, and that's where we have to go in, and our staff and anybody that we contract with has to go in and relocate the lines due to the upcoming widening project.
Okay, I heard something about recreation. Did I hear anything about recreation?
Yeah, that's the Cal Ripken State Tournament Grant for $25,000.
Got you, okay.
And so the last two, the first one's for the Altar re-widening project. And then the last one, I believe that is to cover the deficit or the anticipated overruns during the cold snap. And that's going to, yeah, I was going to say, that's also going to be further discussed in the power cost adjustment item further in the agenda.
So that's going to be discussed.
Yes.
Is that, what's that amount? Where's that amount at?
That's the
$766,000.
That's the 766,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what we'll be talking about the cost adjustment?
Yes, I think Anthony discussed it in our second planning meeting, but one of our most recent planning meetings about the cold snap, the cost of natural gas, and the budgetary overrun that we saw as a result of that. And so that coincides with the power cost adjustment line item that's later in the agenda.
Thank you so much for explaining that with regards to those line items. I also have a question with regards to the resolutions that are sitting in front of us, approval for financing terms, Southern Bank and Trust. I want to make sure that the public as well as myself are very clear in terms on these resolutions that are being pushed forward. And I know, you know, it might be taking time, but we've taken a lot of time throughout the entire meeting for things. So this is too equally important. So can somebody explain A through G, please?
Sure. Jessica, do you want to
So,
start?
so this is for the financing of the vehicles and equipment that was approved at the beginning of the budget year. So we reached out to financial institutions to get interest rates back, and we received rates back from First National and Southern Bank. So Southern Bank came in with the lowest interest rate at 3.95 for the 3-year term loans and 4.10 for the 5-year term loans. So the resolutions are just approving the loans. We had to do separate loans because they're in each department, a separate loan in each department.
In the past, we have grouped them all together, because usually we don't have so many. But this time we felt like, to be clearer for council, we decided to spell out each resolution and have them denoted as such in the agenda. So they are for equipment. There's a truck for inspections, vehicles for police, self-contained breathing apparatus, air packs for fire, a dump truck and hustler mowers for public works, a bucket truck and ditch witch for electric, pinpointer ground penetrating radar and valve trailer for water department, and HD camera crawler with attachments for stormwater.
To be clear, this is something that we talked about on our previous budget meeting.
You approved it in the budget for this year.
We approved it in the budget for this year.
For the one we're in currently.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That we are in currently, which was, we did that last May. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I
Or
just want to
June,
make
June.
sure
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
all clear, not because we get ready to go into a budget meeting.
No, this is to wrap up the funding
Okay.
for that.
So my next part of my question is, these resolutions, these have been purchased already? Are we moving forward to purchase? I need just clarity for, not just for me, but for our citizens.
So early on, the council approved a reimbursement resolution for us to go ahead and purchase these items and get the financing later on.
Right, so they are all purchased already.
I believe 2 items are on order. We just haven't received them yet, so they have been purchased.
Which ones?
I believe it's the electric items. Is that correct? The 2 items in electric that have not been received yet. They're on order.
That's
The bucket truck and the ditch witch trencher.
That's E. That is E. Bucket truck and ditch witch, that's one.
That's E. Mhm.
Okay, just E?
That's
Yes,
right.
That's 2 items in E.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Hawkins, you had also asked about the audit contract.
I sure did.
And
Thank
that
you
is for the
reminding
upcoming
me.
audit.
That's right.
Yes, so it's for the, not the audit you just were presented, but the one that they will be doing after the end of the budget year, this
Thank
budget
you.
year.
And I think that was the gist of my question, because I know there was just a budget, I guess, analysis or presentation. And so when you see the audit contract, it leads to question. And again, I would ask the public to get yourself on the sunshine list. I would also ask you to come out to the meetings and ask questions about these consent agendas. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hawkins, if I may also, we do post the agenda packet in its entirety on the website as well.
And where's that located on the website?
So, Donald?
Under the main front page, under government, top and center, then when that drop down, says agendas.
Yes.
Under
And
government, the government tab, and then
it gives you
agendas.
choices, and agendas is one of the main ones.
Thank you so much.
And there are two columns. The first one's the agenda, and then the second one's the whole packet.
Thank you.
Any other questions? That who made the motion, but I know we got a motion. We have a motion by Councilwoman Smith to approve the consent agenda and seconded by Councilman Moore. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
And we'll vote on it. Approved unanimous. All right, there is no old business. Our new business, our first thing is farmstead preliminary plat.
Good evening. So to continue on with Farmstead tonight, we have their preliminary plat as well. Farmstead, as we've discussed, is just north of Open Door, south of Pitt Community College on Reedy Branch Road, going north to south here, and Davenport Farm Road going east to west there. Art Consulting Group is the applicant here. This is on the western corner of Reedy Branch Road and Davenport Farm Road intersection, as we just looked at. This is a 93.80 acre site. It includes 179 lots, which are proposed to be single-family detached lots. North of Davenport Farm Road is R8 conditional district zoned. It's roughly 60 acres with 107 lots. There are 2 full ingress-egress points on this one. South of Davenport Farm Road is zoned R10 conditional district. It's roughly 34 acres and 72 lots. There are also 2 full ingress-egress points on this one as well. On the screen, I've got an image of the preliminary plat. This is just showing the layout of it. Great connectivity, great access to the site as well. Just wanted to point out there is going to be a pool and cabana with a 2,000 square foot clubhouse as well, roughly in this area. There's a dedicated easement along the canal right here if the town should ever desire to build a greenway back there. And then sidewalks will also be located on both sides of all internal streets of this subdivision. I do want to point out one of the conditional districts, as we discussed a little bit earlier. So Farmstead had a conditional district, or had a conditional statement that required the developer to install a traffic signal at the intersection of Davenport Farm Road and Reedy Branch Road if approved by NCDOT. The developer worked with NCDOT, and NCDOT did review this intersection. After research and studying the intersection, NCDOT does not approve a traffic signal at this intersection, and they have agreed to install a roundabout at the intersection, although prior to this meeting, NCDOT stated that it has been pushed off for the foreseeable future. All other applicable conditions within the conditional district as it pertains to the preliminary plat have been met. Again, this is just an image of the preliminary plat as it lays on the land. I wanted to show you some of the interconnectivity here. We've got 2 points of ingress-egress right south of Pitt Community College. There's also a second one supporting the portion of the site that's on the southern portion of Davenport Farm Road. And there's also ingress-egress on both sides right here. And the discussion of the roundabout, this is the intersection that NCDOT is discussing the roundabout. Staff does recommend approval of the Farmstead preliminary plat. It's been reviewed by our technical review committee and received approval. Of course, if approved, this project will be required to submit construction drawings and eventually a final plat. Are there any questions for this project?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Go back to your diagram, the ingress and egress up by Pitt Community College.
Yes, ma'am.
The one up there, did we put a condition on that development for signalization or building of that road?
No, ma'am.
You didn't. I'm not talking about Farmstead, on the other side of the road.
Oh, you're talking about the little property?
Yes, the little property.
No, the little property is dedicating a 70-foot wide right-of-way that could, one day, if the town ever wanted to, connect Dr. Fulford Road to Reedy Branch Road right there. Maybe that's what,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
yes, ma'am.
about. But we didn't put a condition on it.
No, ma'am.
Any other discussion? I forget that I'm presiding, I'm sorry. I'm so used to sitting down there listening. Any other discussion? Not probably yours, but just the pleasure of the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve the farmstead preliminary plat.
I second.
Motion's been made by Councilwoman Harrell, seconded by Councilwoman Hawkins to approve the plat. Any other discussion, question? All right, none, then you're ready. So. Unanimous vote on this issue. Want to see some sticks out there in the area. I drive by there about every day. So, our next item is our Old Tar Road widening, electric line relocation, and bid acceptance for C-Phase services.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. Tonight we have before you the Old Tar Road widening project issue associated with the electric line relocation and bid acceptance for C-Phase Services LLC. Due to the NCDOT widening Old Tar Road, the town must relocate our electric line infrastructure in the specific area associated with NCDOT right-of-way. The town staff has solicited bids for the relocation of the electric line infrastructure originally on November 5th, and we only received 2 bids. So due to the lack of 3 bids or the minimum requirement, we re-advertised and obtained additional bids and reopened bids on February 5th, 2026. We again received 2 bids, but since we had advertised it twice, it was allowable to move forward. The lowest responsible bidder in this situation was C-Phase Services LLC in the amount of $1,353,767.39. This is 100% reimbursable by NCDOT and is expected the project to take 120 days from the notice to proceed. Staff is requesting that the council accept the bid from C-Phase and authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
Any questions? Entertain the motion.
Make a motion that we receive the bids for the movement of the.
Accept a bid from C-Phase and
Yeah,
authorize the mayor to execute
Yes.
the contract.
Second.
All right,
Would you
now,
repeat that again, one more time?
So accept the bid from C-Phase and authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
Because you said that everything gonna be reimbursed back to the town.
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
all right, we have a motion to accept the bid from C-Phase Services and to authorize the mayor to accept the contract,
Execute.
execute. To execute the contract. Any more discussion? Are you ready for the question? Vote. Unanimous? Approval.
Anthony.
All right. So the last item you have for me during this session is electric power cost adjustment rate implementation. Tonight, we're coming before the council to discuss the issue associated with the cost related to natural gas and how that had affected us from our energy purchase contract. So as a result of the extreme cold weather that hit the Northeast and South, the natural gas market soared back in January to a high of 136 MMBTU. We typically average around $3.50 to $4.50 per MMBTU. So as you can see, that was a very extreme situation. Ultimately, that resulted, after all the bills came in an estimated $766,000 over budget for the purchase or resale for that time period. So staff is recommending that we temporarily apply a power cost adjustment to our rate schedule, our standard adopted rate schedule has a power cost adjustment rate already established. What it does is we implement it during basically times of emergency to recoup extenuating costs associated with extenuating circumstances. Last time this was used, it was 2022, and so it's been quite some time. The natural gas prices have dropped since the peak in January, but we are recommending that we begin a 5-cent per kilowatt hour rate on our power cost adjustment effective with the March 15th billing, and we recommend that we maintain this through July 1st, 2026. This is an important time period for the month, for the fiscal year, because these are shoulder months, what we call shoulder months in the electric industry, where our load for the customers is not as high. So basically, we'll be dispersing this big expense over a period of time when our electric usage is not going to be extreme. So the goal here is to recoup the $766,000 estimate prior to our usage going up in July and August. And so the intent is to go ahead and start billing customers while the usage is low and try to minimize the effect on everybody. Stand by for any questions.
I do have a question. So what would that typically look like? I mean, I know bills fluctuate through households, but, could you give, our listeners and everyone?
I ran some quick numbers. I think the average residential customer may possibly see somewhere around a $50 increase for the 4 month, for each month for the 4 months. Obviously, that's going to be different depending on the home that the customer lives in, how much they use their air conditioning, or if we have another cold spell, it's still early March, so it's not out of the question to have to see a frost, through April.
That is per month, right?
Yes, ma'am. And that's not a flat rate, so I just want to make, that's just an estimate based on the number of residential customers we had and how much money we were trying to recoup.
You said that this is temporary from March to
July 1.
July 1. And how often do we review the power cost adjustment? Is that monthly? Is that quarterly? How does that work?
So historically, we've kind of monitored it. When we used it previously, that was a 2-year stint where we basically monitored it monthly and until we were able to get out from under it. And that took quite some time, but energy costs were a lot higher back then. While we did have a big spike in January, we're looking now that the prices have come back down. Even as of today, I checked on the markets and they're still relatively low, even given the situation with the war and everything. I was thinking they might spike back up, but natural gas prices have remained low and constant through this latest round of uncertainty.
So I just want to be clear. So in an effort to pay back what was used due to the cold snap and I guess increases in rates, there are going to be a power cost adjustment. This is not a flat rate. This is based on usage, and then power costs will be figured in or adjusted in. How does that work for the average person saying, okay, it's not a flat rate, but how am I getting this rate? Or how am I getting this
So
cost?
you'll have your standard kilowatt rate, and then you'll have another rate applied to the same kilowatt. So if you use 1,000 kilowatts, you'll have your standard rate plus the power cost adjustment rate of 5 cents.
You said it's 5 cents or 5%? 5 cents?
5 cents.
5 cents. Okay, and then also to be transparent, as of July 1st, we are implementing, the town will be increasing utility rates by $8, am I correct?
Not in the electric fund, that would be in the sewer fund.
In the sewer fund. So this is the electric fund, the power cost adjustment, right? And then this will end on or around July. And then the sewer fund, which comes in your bill, essentially.
Sure.
All of that comes in your
It's all
bill.
one utility
Right.
bill, but they're all broken up by different,
Separate.
yes, ma'am.
But that will be an increase of $8. And that $8 is to cover,
Debt service payment for the pump station projects that remove sewer from the town.
Anthony, we haven't voted on that yet, right?
We have not voted on it. That was recommended based on the amount of debt service. So that would be officially adopted when the budget is approved.
but it will go into effect when?
Staff will be recommending it, and it would go into effect if approved by council July 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion?
I just want to make sure the public understands, and I know there's a lot of information, so I did want to make sure that the reason natural gas is affecting your electric bill is because we use a natural gas power plant to create our electricity in the western part of North Carolina. And so when those gas prices go up, that power plant is affected by the natural gas prices. That's how it's affecting our electric rates. Just want to make that clear to everybody.
What's the board's pleasure?
Wouldn't call this one a pleasure, but a necessity. So I move to approve the use of the power cost adjustment through July 2026, as recommended by staff.
And I can second it because I'm still operating as a council person. So I'll second that motion.
Question.
Okay, question? I second it. So, anybody else with any more questions or you got something to say?
Yes, is there any other way, I think I asked this question once before in our meeting, that instead of increasing it 5 cents, could we share the cost at a percentage? Don't let it be completely at 5%, at 5 cents. If nothing else, half, like 2.5, and then we get it, the rest of it, some other option. Don't we have other options that we can be able to share the cost with? I'm asking.
Not aware of any other way to make up the funds. Their only other way would be, obviously, to eliminate something in the fund that's already been, but we're 3/4 of the way finished of the year, basically, essentially. So there's a lot of the money has already been, 3/4 of the money's been spent out of the budget. So you're limited on what you can reduce. Obviously the council could select a different rate. Ultimately, that would affect your fund balance.
I think that's what we're thinking about, maybe taking some monies out of fund balance to lower the rate.
I mean, you could essentially, based on the quick math in my head, about For each cent you reduce it, it's probably about $150,000 in revenue.
My concern with going into fund balance would be setting that precedent. When do we go into fund balance to make up a difference, and when do we not? I mean, unfortunately, we had to do the same thing in 2022. That was prior to me coming on, but I'm a resident and I paid it. It's not a fun thing, but it's unfortunate due to circumstances out of our control.
I will say GUC has recommended a 3% increase, and I believe New Bern is looking at increases as well, but I do not know what percentage they're discussing. Theirs are not temporary from what I understand. They will be permanent changes to their rate structure.
Well, you're gonna have a lot of families, you're gonna have citizens that it'll be a difference in their finance. But yet instead they can be able to afford it. But you're gonna have quite a few that, you got a set income and you're talking about another $50 a month. And I know that we use that power during that cold snap. I mean, I did too. And I paid for it. Yes, I did. And, but I do know that what you just got to, speaking of, that the increase of that service has gone up and we have used beyond what we supposed to have used. And it have to be paid back. I understand that. And I believe that that's the reason why you have reserve. You put something aside just for an emergency. And I'm not saying go in there and get it all and pay it that way. At least share the cost if we could. And that's just a thought. I think the citizen, and we're talking about then, instead of 50, we're talking about $25.
Would we then do that each time, Councilman? Every time that there is an increase, we would run the risk, we've set a precedent, and then we would continue to go into fund balance. That would be my concern. I wonder if maybe this might be an opportunity, if staff is made aware of somebody who may have a hardship in paying this might be an opportunity for local charities, houses of worship, others to maybe, I don't know. I know the Green Light does electric. I don't know if there's other opportunities in that.
Yeah, that's just electric.
That's just electric. I don't know if there's other.
I mean,
Well,
it's
I
just
mean, I
elected
guess
through
this
us. They may have,
electric-
Green Light may have other programs but there's one where we have money that was set aside for the program, and so there is still money in there available.
None of us want to increase
No.
our utility bills. We're all in agreement about that, I think. But we also are in agreement that we must be stewards to provide services to our citizens and to continue the services that they get. And the cost is going up, has gone up for those. Though all of us, our bills that we're paying now are probably out of the ordinary because we decided that we'd be warm or whatever. And it's not that I want to put an extra burden on citizens because I'm putting that burden also on myself. But I do take into account that these months here are gonna be our mildest months of the year, and our utility bills would be lower, our usage would be lower these months here. And if I had to pay a little bit extra for each kilowatt I use, it would be better for me during this time because I'm gonna use less. So.
If we were able to, we could monitor it as well. I mean, obviously, if for some reason we were able to recoup that money faster than what we anticipated, we could, obviously recommend pulling that PCA as soon as possible.
We do want to keep our town solid. We want to keep it solid. We want to keep things going well. So.
And you say this increase will last until how long?
July 1st is what we're recommending.
Of this year?
Any other?
Are we talking about what, 4 months?
I do want to, yes, sir, 4 months. And then, so I do want to say, just from a level of magnitude, we just approved a contract for a line relocation. That line is basically from the substation out by Food Line on Old Tar Road. It's going down past Worthington Road. It's not a very long stretch at all. Just a replacement of that line is $1.3 million. So just keep that in mind when you start looking at fund balance. If there's a tornado or something of that nature to come through, Lord, we hope that don't happen, or a hurricane in the fall, where are we, how financially sound are we to be able to get that system back up and running and pay the bills in the meantime?
And also, I like, go ahead. No, ma'am, you go.
Also, Anthony, I just wanted to say, I've actually been with the Citizen. I'm not for sure if you remember, but, on a case-by-case basis, I've seen you extend, people's payment for their bills and things of that nature. So I trust and I would hope that you would do, or the town would do the same thing if someone incurs a hardship and things of that nature, because again, we're all citizens. I definitely don't want to see any prices and things go up, but however, we do have ways in which we can help folks that fall on hard times. So, the way that I've witnessed that, I would hope that would be
Yes,
the case.
when customers call in, we certainly do everything we can to work with them within our, policies and procedures, and try to find ways to, if any way possible, to mitigate some of their issue as best we can. So that's always on our minds is when we're providing customer service, and, obviously everybody's situation is different, and if they reach out to us, and we're gonna look at each account individually as they call in and assess each situation.
I've been involved with several cases of utility bills, and I know that the town staff does what they can. And also, we do have churches in our area that have opened their hearts and their hands and have paid utility bills. And the town staff is aware of those, and they refer those people to them. And so we're, it's not that I want to raise anything, because I'm, as they say, I'm on a fixed income. But, it affects us just as much as it does everybody else. But the thing about it is our town is solvent. We don't have some of the think that we need to celebrate. We don't have some of the financial worries that others have, because of the fact that we do have people working in our finance department to make sure that our funds are kept well.
We'll say too, this is not the first time we've used this power cost adjustment, and we're not exceeding a rate that we've used in the past. So it is the same level of 5 cents where we started last time. And so it just, based on the math, it actually turned out to be the same rate this time. It wasn't anything behind it other than that's where the numbers came out to be. So, but from a historical standpoint, we have used this same rate previously.
Any other questions, discussion? All right, we have a motion on the floor made by Councilwoman Smith, seconded by Veronica Robertson. Councilwoman Veronica Robertson, to implement our 5-cent rate from now until July. What is the board's pleasure? Vote? Unanimous vote. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Keeping an eye on it.
Yes, ma'am.
The next thing we have is the resignation of our council liaison to the Human Relations Board. I'm the person that's resigning. It's kind of rough, but anyway, I would like to submit to the board my resignation as council liaison to the Human Relations Board. Can I get a motion to accept or reject?
Move to accept your resignation from the Human Relations Board.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Smith, and seconded by Councilwoman Harrell to accept my resignation to the as council liaison to the Human Relations Board. All right, any other questions? Are you ready for the vote? And that leaves a void for the Human Relations Board. There is no, that would not be council liaison. Are we gonna fill that position? By law?
What, I think that we got a policy or bylaws that liaison, do we have to have one that represent the council?
I believe the bylaws, the current bylaws call for them for one, but I certainly think, as with all sets of bylaws, they could be amended if the council felt that that position was no longer needed. But currently, it does call for one, I believe.
And I haven't looked for a couple months, but I believe it does, the current policy, if you will, set of bylaws.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the set of bylaws for the Winterville Human Relations Board. Does all volunteer boards require a council liaison? And does all volunteer boards require a council liaison? Or is that specific to the Winterville Human Relations Board, just for clarity?
The bylaws for the Human Relations Board do require a liaison, but I do not believe any of the other boards require liaisons or call for a liaison.
Thank you.
All the other boards have department heads as part of their structure. Correct? All the other boards have department heads.
There is there is staff that works with every volunteer board. There is staff that works with every volunteer board.
Okay. So, to eliminate that, the only thing we have to do is to take it out of the policy, or amend it. If that's what we
I
want
think,
to do.
yes, sir, if the council wanted to take action tonight, they could vote to amend the bylaws, and I don't have mine in front of me, town manager does. You could vote to amend the bylaws to remove the requirement to have a liaison to the Human Relations Board. Yes, sir.
Yes, because if not, they couldn't meet. Is that correct, or?
No, I think as that the bylaws currently require it, I wouldn't recommend that we go for a long period of time without it. I think if you went 30, 60 days, you'd probably be fine. So,
And that is a non-voting position, so.
correct.
It's okay.
I do have a question. Is that, Attorney Lassiter, is that something that we need to amend and vote on tonight as we have upcoming workshops to work on bylaws and such?
In my opinion, no, ma'am. I don't think there's a requirement that you do it tonight. I would recommend that we take it up in the near future, just so it doesn't sort of stretch out. But I'm not sure how other people feel. But I don't think you have to vote on it tonight, no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, someone else from the board can volunteer to serve as liaison. And that would solve the whole, that would take care of everything.
That's correct.
All right. Well, we're not gonna take any action on it tonight? All right, well, there's no action to be taken on it. Other agenda items. Winterville town government roles, keeping our citizens informed. The first, other agenda item that we have, Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, good evening. It is important, as we move forward, it is important, prior to any other meetings, that the government of this town is clarified. The Winterville town government roles are very important. And the people of Winterville, as well as staff, as well as fellow council, needs to know these roles. And I know it's been a long time, and we're close to 9 o'clock, but it's important that I share the roles of the government here in Winterville. Town council members, and I will state statute, have the legislative role. Council members are primarily the lawmakers of the town. They adopt ordinances and resolutions, laws for the town, including traffic enforcement and public safety policies. They set the town policies, including budget priorities, public safety goals, and community standards. The town council approves budgets for all of the departments, including police. They have policy oversight. Council members monitor implementation. They do not handle day-to-day operations, but they monitor implementation, and they have oversight over policy. Their decision-making, each council member has the right to make their, vote in their decisions. Finally, the town council have a role to the constituents that they serve. They represent the interests of residents. They listen to concerns about the town operations, including policing and traffic enforcement. That is what the role of the town council is, and this falls under statute 160A 75 and 160A 77. I'm going to the role of the mayor. The mayor, his or her role is ceremonial and leadership role. They preside over the council meetings. Okay, they set agendas with the council. They vote to break a tie in a time that there needs to be a tie broken, and they represent the town officially in intergovernmental relations and ceremonial functions. The town mayor is limited in administrative power. The mayor does not supervise day-to-day operations or town departments in the council manager format. The town mayor is public safety influence. The mayor can advocate for policy priorities, but the mayor does not set policies. That is the role of the mayor. Want to be clear, we know what our roles are. Town manager, chief administrative officer appointed by the council to manage day-to-day operations of the town, supervises department heads, implement council policies and ordinances, prepares the annual budget to present to the council, direct operations, staffing, and day-to-day administrative procedures. And the town manager report outcomes to the council. That is the role of the town manager. These both fall under section 160A 78, and the town manager, that's the mayor's role, fall under 160A 78, and the town manager's role fall under 160A-147. We need to be clear that the council is elected to make the policies in the town and see that the policies are done, are carried out. The mayor facilitates meetings, facilitates, not orchestrates. The town manager works under the pleasure of the board of the council. We are working in sync, but we all have distinguished or distinctive roles. Next, I just want to share the role of, there is no statutory standing for the purpose of the council liaison, but in North Carolina, a council liaison is not a statutory office and does not hold formal powers. They are designated internally by the town council to help facilitate communication between the council and the departments. They act as a point of contact between the council and the committee. They help communicate priorities. That is what the council liaison does. So when we're looking towards workshops, we need to know, and when we're working together, what our roles are, what we're up here to do, and who's working within their role or going outside the realm of their role. So that is very important that I share. The governmental roles here in the town under North Carolina state statute. That is my first item, and that's it.
Thank you. Those roles, when we came into office and we took the workshop that's offered by the school government, they go over those roles very well, and they, from what I understand, the last training, they actually had role playing. So that made it even more visible and more understandable for the newly elected officials. And I'm proud to say that I have advanced municipal leadership. Mr. Moore has advanced municipal leadership. We have over 19 credits from the University of North Carolina in government and training us to serve. Our next item, an ongoing need for a civilian review board, traffic stop patterns and trends. Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, I want to go to number 2, with also sharing with regards to governmental roles and any extended time in that we would serve, as models and stand within our role. That is what we need to do. Ongoing need for a civilian review board, traffic stops, patterns, and trends. The first thing I want to say is that, again, in Winterville, in the town of Winterville, via population, when we're looking at our Black and our white population, there is around 34% Black population and around 63% white population. However, in the full 12-month year of 2025, there was a total of 2,672 traffic stops. Of those, 1,787 Black people were stopped, while 885 white people were stopped, which equates to 67% of Black drivers being stopped and 33% of white drivers being stopped. Why is this important? Because that is a disparity. Whether the drivers live in Winterville or not, this percentage makes it worse even if drivers were not living in Winterville, but driving through Winterville. The next thing I want to point out in terms of a pattern is that in a full year of 2025, there was 433 Black people searched, while there was 88 white people searched. This is a pattern and a pattern of a disparity. Next thing I want to point out, there was 954 verbal warnings given to Black people and 31 written warnings. 954 verbal warnings after being stopped and all the intricacies would have stopped, and 31 written warnings, while there was 467 verbal warnings given to white people stopped and 43 written warnings. The reason why I'm doing this is because I have been over the few months building information to help us understand the importance of a civilian review board. This goes to what traffic enforcement programs have there been made? What patterns have there been made to help alleviate this disparity? This disparity presented itself in 2024, it has presented itself in 2025, and we're 3 months into 2026, and if I pull a record, the disparity will be the same. So how are we as a council going to deal with this disparity? Are we going to sit in silence within our roles? And are we going to sit in silence within our roles and we set policy, or are we going to do something about it? Are we going to change other things, or are we just going to say, okay, this is how it is? When most of the traffic stops are equipment and regulatory traffic stops, but less than 3% are for speeding. This is a pattern. This is not okay with me. And as a council person, in my role, it is my role to say, hey, these are blaring disparities, so what are we going to do about this? Are we going to just sit quiet? I'm not going to sit quiet. I am going to say that we need a civilian review advisory board. Why is that important? Because when they track the patterns and trends, as I have been doing, then we can actually kind of target, what is happening, when it's happening, why it's happening, what programs, what classes, what courses, what trainings can we do to help change this? Because this is a problem and a concern. And again, I'm going to continue bringing this data and information to the public, to the council, to the board, because it is not okay. It is a pattern that shows disparities by race, and it needs to be fixed. Moving on to my next one. Do I need that announced, or do I need to just go on?
You can go right on with it.
Okay, my next one, excuse me, excuse me. The next item of discussion is developmental disability recognition. When we think about our roles, when we think about traffic stops, when we think about just governance and having a town that is inclusive, we need to also understand that we have a variety of different people here in Winterville. What I would like to speak to is March. This month of March is National Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Again, this is National Developmental Disabilities Month, and I wanted to focus on autism. Autism affects 1 in 6 children in the United States. Those children become adults, right? What are we doing as a town to, or what can we do? Not what are we doing. If we're not doing anything, what can we do to implement, integrate, our autistic citizens into daily activities. I know we have a facility for autism in Winterville. How can we invite them in? How can they come in and show us how we can operate our government better with regards to them? Autism is a disability. However, those people that, or those children, those adults that have autism, we want to encourage them to lead and fulfill their lives here in Winterville. This is a cerebral disability that happens, but the people that have autism, I have family members that have autism. They are on a spectrum, whereas they might not be able to do what we do in one aspect, but they can do something of a greater level in another aspect. So I just wanted to highlight autism this month, not as a disability, but being differently able. If you know someone who has autism, get to know what they, can offer, get to know what they do day to day, get to know their family, because they are intertwined in our community, and I would say we need to continue, if we have not already done so, we need to continue to celebrate differences.
There's a class at Pitt Community College, and that class had a fundraiser not too long ago that I was part of. It was a potato fundraiser. You get a baked potato with the fixings. They wrote the receipts, they took the orders, and they filled your order. And it was just heartwarming to see those young people do that and get that experience there. And we do have the school outside of town, Aces for Autism. And I encourage everybody here sometime to maybe call and go out there and tour it. I was very impressed when I toured it when it was first built. And honestly, I haven't been back out there either, so, but it would be a good time to do that. And thanks for bringing it to our attention, Councilwoman Hawkins. So number 4 is yours also, closed session procedural compliance.
Yes, so I just want to ensure under our statute guidelines, closed sessions, I cannot reveal intricately what occurs back in closed session, and that is why it is called a closed session. The town council goes into a closed session to go over a variety of things. It could be legal matters, it could be personal things, it could be things with regards to the staffing. And this past February 24th, we had a closed session that I believe was not compliant in terms of procedures, and that we need to have a policy put in place that regulates conduct, that regulates manners, that regulates the scope of discussions, that regulates personal feelings, that regulates, different positions. These things we need to have a policy on that. I wanted to bring it to the public or on this agenda to let, the public know that something did occur in the closed session that I'm not okay with. I'm not okay with. I was a part of the discussion. I'm not okay with it. And we need to, as a town council, implement a conduct, codes of conduct, manners, scopes of discussion, because what occurred on February 24th, 2026 should not have happened. And that is my item.
I'm just not satisfied with our closed session minutes being released before we release them as a council. I know that we're supposed to, after a certain amount of time, we release our closed session minutes. But I know that the meeting on February does not meet that requirement. And the idea of closed session is that there are issues being discussed that are very, I won't say fragile, but some of them are fragile, and some of them are very important to the operation of our town. And I just don't think that we need to put them out there where they can become public before we decide or we vote on them. Now, I don't know what the time limit is or the time frame is, but I know that a meeting a couple of weeks ago does not meet that time frame.
Attorney Lassiter, can you please explain? I'm not understanding the statement. In terms of any closed session minutes, I'm a sitting council person. I have a right to the minutes. The minutes do not have to be voted or approved by the council for me to receive the minutes by law. So that if that's what we're speaking of, I just want to make sure and mention that anything that I do is by statute. And if I requested minutes, recordings, that is within my right. And I thank y'all for producing them. I did send a message that they be updated to reflect what occurred and not some things occurred and others did not occur. So,
Can I say something?
Attorney Lassiter.
This afternoon, I looked up the statutes about closed session minutes.
Yep.
And it stated that for security reasons, things could be redacted, which I guess means, for me, that was blacked out. Personal things in the minutes. You could get them, but they would, as citizen, or you could get them, but, and it said that about council members too. So, you know, I don't think, we were made available to get minutes that didn't have anything taken out of them, am I correct? Because I didn't get them, because honestly, I just think that that's supposed to be something that we do, and it's supposed to be, if you discuss personnel, you're supposed to keep it, you know, within the group.
We went outside the scope of personnel. And again, Attorney Lassiter, please explain the scope of me being a sitting council and I was in a meeting. So redactions are null and void for that. I'm supposed to get full and accurate meeting minutes. It doesn't have to be verbatim. However, if you put one conversation in, you need to put equal conversations in. Thank you, Attorney Lassiter.
There's a couple questions here, so I'll try to tackle them maybe in the order I remember them. If I forget something, please remind me. Just in general with closed session minutes, once approved, once they come back and the council approves them, they're almost always initially sealed, which means that they're not available to the public. The statute says that, however, once the reason for sealing them is removed, perhaps it's talking about a lawsuit, and that lawsuit stretches on for a year or two. But once a lawsuit's over and done, then the purpose of sealing them most likely is removed so the minutes can be unsealed, so that therefore a set of closed session minutes would be available to the public. If there's something in those minutes that are of a confidential nature, where you're talking about specifics about employee's personnel issue, if you're talking about a trade secret or things, those are the things I think, Mayor Pro Tem, that would still be redacted out. So there could be some minutes that even though unsealed, there might be a redaction in there, and that would stay. But that's sealed minutes and then ultimately being unsealed. As it relates to the last week or two and the request for minutes and the audio, it is my opinion, and I think the opinion of other attorneys, that members of the council do have the right to look at that information prior to it being approved. And we were careful when we put it out to say that these are draft minutes. They were not approved, so they are very likely to change, but they were draft minutes. And of course, it was the audio. But I do think council members have a right to it. We put in the email that, just a reminder that there was a closed session, and therefore there's the confidentiality, if you will, of the closed session. But I do think council members do have the right to ask and to receive an audio from the closed session, and these were not the final minutes, they were draft. I'm not sure I answered all the questions. I'll be glad to.
You did, thank you, and that falls up under statute. Sitting council have a right to request and receive minutes and recordings, especially when they're on them. Yes, sir, thank you so much.
There's no action on that. So items for future agendas, future work session.
Those that we need to set a couple of dates for, I've been working to try to make sure what the best Saturdays are in the near future, and I'll be sending out a poll hopefully this week.
Our announcements are attached. They're quite lengthy. You want to?
Can I just hit a couple high spots? The Easter extravaganza, which always has a lot of excitement, is on Saturday, March 21st. You saw in front of you today that the Winterville baseball opening ceremony is on Saturday, March 28th. There is a holiday on Good Friday, which is April the 3rd, and your next meeting is on Monday, April the 13th. I would draw your attention to the items of the upcoming budget meetings in May.
I do have a question about
Yes.
those budget meetings. Are those dates that we set, or those dates that you all just?
Those are the dates that were adopted at the December meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I think we've done it in the past. If, they're set well ahead of time, so if something pops up with the 2 workshops or 3 workshops and we need to reschedule, we can. We just try to go ahead and keep it as close to what we've done previously.
Go down to our reports. Want to start, Ms. Hawkins? Councilwoman, you want to do first?
I'm set with that.
Okay.
The slide. Thanks.
Okay.
I know Councilwoman Bell has a slide. Oh, that's fine, I'll just go over. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Hawkins, Councilwoman Hawkins.
Is there something being presented here, or am I doing closings, or what are we doing?
You're doing close.
Okay. Okay, all right. So, just want to say again, recognize our citizens, our families, our neighbors, friends, students we work with who have autism. It is not a it's not a disability. They are differently abled, and in some instances, or many instances, we can learn from our neighbors, our friends with autism. I just want to also point out that it's too quiet. It is too quiet when I talk about traffic stops. It's too quiet, and I hope that speaks loud to the public. It is too quiet within this town with blaring disparities of such. That should send red flags, and it should fill this place up. It is too quiet, it is not addressed, and we don't want to be reactive, we want to be proactive. Lastly, I want to say that today, March 9th, 15 years ago, I lost a dear person to me, my father, the rock of my family, along with my mother. He taught me to be the person who I am today. He taught me to stand for what is right. He taught me not to bend, turn, and run. A neighbor to the Tuckers on Vernon Avenue for close to 30 years. A neighbor, a friend, a dedicated businessman for over 30 years here in Winterville. An upstanding man. A person that when you see me, I am a reflection of George Hawkins. My dad left in spirit, but he is still with me today. And I would say, when we talk about International Women's Month, this is from his story that turned it into her story and my story. I am him and he is me, and I'm the greatest part of my dad. And I want to tell my dad, thank you for making me who I am today. That's it.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to thank our staff and thank our residents, the residents that are still here at the meeting with us. I'd also like to say, Councilwoman Hawkins, you are not alone as far as the traffic stops, the trends. Over a year ago, I think I brought it, to the forefront initially to our police chief and to our council regarding the traffic stops, asking for citations, locations, things of that nature. And with our new police chief that will be coming to our town, I think that that is something that we should be working alongside of that person regarding transparency, trust, community policing, and also, as I have stated, for over 2 years, that we need to have an accredited body to come in and review our policies and procedures for our police. Also, with all of that being said, there should be some sort of public dashboard where our citizens can see the traffic stops demographics, the search rates, the citations versus warnings. Those are things that can be put out on our website, so on and so forth. And then, yes, people will call us, but you all as citizens can see for yourself, come to the meetings and ask questions to our town council. So you are not alone in that, thinking about that disparity. I also wanted to uplift an amazing day on February 20th. I want to thank, the town council. I want to thank all the citizens that came out, our first responders, our police, especially Officers Ivy and Santiago. They went above and beyond by taking some of our citizens home that actually walked up to the North Carolina Medicist over-the-counter medication event giveaway. There was a citizen, she walked there and she said that she didn't have a means to get back home to get her medicine and her food box back home. So the officers took her home in, the police car, and they were very, very gentle and kind with her. But I wanted to share some statistics and what we actually did in partnership with ECU Health and also with NC Medicist with that distribution. Some of the key outcomes, we served a total of 775 community members. They were served again through a combination of walk-ins, participation, and 400 online orders. We had 375 residents that attended in person, and that demonstrates a strong community engagement and the need for accessible health resources. And everybody that ever hears me talk knows that holistic health is, for lack of better words, that's my jam. I want to make sure that everyone is healthy, everyone is whole. And so with that being said, another report that, you know, made my heart glad was that 157 uninsured residents were identified. So during this event, there was an intake process with ECU Health and also NC Medicine workers. So 157 individuals reported being uninsured in the town of Winterville, right? These residents are now receiving assistance locating affordable health care, insurance coverage, and healthcare resources. So whether that be through Medicaid, Medicare, so on and so forth. Last but not least, as a part of the intake survey, participants were asked whether they had visited the emergency department at ECU Health in the past 12 months, and whether that visit might have been avoided if basic over-the-counter medications had been available. Our residents in Winterville stated 120 of those residents reported that their visit may have been preventable if they had the over-the-counter medications that were provided at this event. So this finding, it really highlights an important public health insight on improving access to basic medications, or what we think is basic, to reduce unnecessary emergency department visits and support preventative care. So why did I say all of this? Why does this matter at close to 9:30 at night? It matters because, again, increased access to essential medications, identify support for our uninsured population, potential reduction for preventable emergency department, but lastly and not least, strengthen collaboration between our local partners, which is ECU Health and NC Medicine. So again, I'm grateful to have been at the table to bring this event to our town, but I'm more so grateful for the citizens and for our staff that participated. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilwoman Smith. Okay.
So good evening. Thank you to everybody who's still with us this evening. I take a moment to thank, although they're gone, Ms. Daughtry, Ms. Cabinets for their collaboration and their innovative thoughts and beginning a podcast and another way to get information out to our town and to support our small businesses. Oftentimes we close the evening and say thank you to staff, but this evening I hope everybody noted that the gentleman with Rivers and Associates commended our staff on the long-range planning, the vision, the efforts made every day, and I think that speaks very highly when somebody from outside comes in, and so, of course, we want to recognize all of our staff as always. Thank you for the privilege of being here to serve. I am a servant at heart. I take my position graciously. I thank you for that opportunity. I'm not here for titles. I'm not here for special interest. I assure you that every day I do everything that I can for the community as a whole. And I'd like to wish everybody a very happy Easter, as we will not come together again before then.
Councilman Moore.
Yes, I'd like to, first of all, give honor to God for our being here tonight. And secondly, I thank God for our citizen here. Slice a good life. And that's our slogan. And we want to stand behind that gracefully. Also, tonight you did hear that we have a lot of development going on, a lot of growth. Yes, growth comes with other things. Talking about public safety, you're talking about recreation, you're talking about, it takes employees also for those type of growth. So yes, you're gonna see changes, growth, you can see changes on some things that we'll do up here as a board member. Do I like increase? Everybody know that I don't. I don't like increase. But I found out that in order for us to continue on growing, everything have to grow together. So My parents used to tell me, and my wife used to tell me, say, it costs to be the boss. So in order for me to be the boss, it costs me. So I got to pay the price. So I'm saying tonight, I know that we talked about increase into our electrical bill. Electrical cost for 4 months. I say that it's going to cost us. But I think that at the end, I think we'll be all right together. If we work together, stay together, and do all we can to do what we're supposed to do. We might have to cut back. I know I am. I'm just like, I'm retired. And so I am on a fixed income, but I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it happen. If I have to do something different, I might have to stay at home a little while longer. Don't go nowhere. I mean, unless I have to, cut my trips. But you got to think out of the box when a time like this comes into your life. You can't sit there and say, it's that person's fault, it's the town, they doing this and they doing that. No, it's just the way the world operates. It's not only hurting us here in Winterville, it's all over. I know you heard that tonight they said that Greenville already increased theirs, planning on increasing theirs. They're not going to come back down. If they increased it, that means it's going to stay. We only speaking of about 4 months. Do all we can, work together to make it happen. And we can do it. Okay? That's what I have to say tonight. Stay together, and thank you for coming out tonight.
First, I'd like to thank all the women here that work for Winterville and on this, but when I say work, I'm including the board members for their efforts to make our community a great place to live. I think it was last Saturday or Saturday before that, we had the fire department help with the parade for one of our citizens, Miss Eula Jones. She celebrated her 90th birthday. And one of the attendants to her party was a 100-year-old lady, Mrs. Cox. And you should have seen it. It just warmed your heart so much. And they were so excited with the parade. Ms. Carmen has a podcast, and I've been watching it. I've been checking it out when my technology skills are not that good, but it's very informative. And I ask each of you to check it out. See what she's got up there. Information for our citizens about their participation. We said something about a town hall. We supposed to have a town hall. I didn't hear anything about it.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. Councilwoman Hawkins suggested another town hall, and I was graciously honored to be able to work alongside her. And we have started that planning process with the agenda, so on and so forth. And so we have basically the agenda in place. We have identified a moderator, and so on and so forth. And so I think at this point it's April 18th. Okay, so the date that we are, or that she is suggesting and that the moderator is available is April 18th. The moderator is Dr. Rodney Coles. And so you all will have forthcoming information as a council, and then we will get it to our citizens. And that will be on a Saturday
On Saturday, we schedule it from 10 to about 11 or 11:30, 60 to 90 minutes. We have constructed and developed an outline. We have the agenda. We have our moderator put in place, and this was approved by the council. We just need to forward some of the particulars, and the setting would be right here in the assembly room. So we are excited about that. And we are excited about it, and we will forward more information as we develop it.
We didn't talk about the multi-purpose building. Any information on that?
I think we're trying to schedule that workshop, so we'll save all of that for the upcoming workshop.
That's it. That's it for me.
Yeah, could I, just one very quick thing from me, I have no report, for the minutes, just to point out that we do have a closed session tonight pursuant to 143, 318, 11A5, so that the council can give instruction or guidance to town staff about the purchase of real estate. That's all I have, thank you.
I did have something to say with regards to closed session. It is important to me that we develop policies in place with regards to conduct and behavior and discussions back in closed session. And so for the record, want to note for the record, I will not be in closed session tonight. That is my option, not to be a part of the closed session until we get formalities in terms of policies in place with regards to behavior in the closed sessions. I would like to ask Ms. White for Parks and Recreations to let us know when the water fountains will be operating again, please. Thank you. That, and you know, just if you can give us a date so the public will know that. And then Ms. Parker, with regards to the speedometers on Mill Street, can you please share what you have shared with me with regards to the battery and the battery costs, but our citizens, they don't have information about a battery. All they know is they don't see the speedometers working. Sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off. So if you can share with the public what is happening with the speedometers in terms of consistent operations, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening. So this past weekend, due to the wonderful weather that we had, we did turn the water fountains on in case if anybody wanted to use the fountains. There's also an event that our Safe Routes to School coordinator was out there, so there was an opportunity in case anybody needed to use a water fountain. But we are also checking them frequently to make sure both parks are operating.
Thank you.
Yes, I asked Lieutenant Hamilton to come up and help me explain, make sure I don't get anything wrong with respect to the battery-operated speed signs.
Yes.
We have speed signs throughout town. You all have seen them. Some are operated, most are operated by battery, rechargeable batteries.
That's correct.
Right?
So when we first bought our speed signs, we started off with the battery-operated speed signs. We ended up getting 2 solar-powered speed signs to see how they would work. Those are on Mill Street and Cooper Street right now. The 2 that are on, I'm sorry, Main Street and Cooper Street. The 2 that are currently on Mill Street are battery-operated only. So we have to change the batteries out. Those batteries are $800 for a set. Okay. We have inquired about changing those battery-operated ones over to solar-powered, and it's about the same cost to change it over to solar-powered as to buy a brand new one. They're currently around $7,000 to $7,500 a sign. For the signs not operating all the time, they are currently operating and pulling data, but we had them set up for peak times to show the speeds. So in those times that the traffic is lighter, they're not showing the speeds, but they're still collecting data for our data purposes.
Does that make the batteries last longer?
It does,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you for that information. How can we put that on our website? How can, you know how you just shared that with me? They're operating, but they're not visible at this time. Can we put a notice on the website that they are still tracking the speeds for, I guess, record or data? You know, can we do that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. And with regards to them being $800, how does that work? Okay, is it $800 to replace them, or how does that work? I mean, I think the town has $800. Somebody help me with that, please, with the cost. I know it's been shared that they're, you know, I thought it was $600, they're $800. Does that incur the battery working for a time period, or Once it runs out, you have to get a new one? Somebody
So-
please help me
So
with
these
that.
batteries are rechargeable. What we're finding right now is for the battery-operated ones, they're lasting approximately about 1 year, and then the batteries start draining a little bit quicker. At the beginning, they'll last maybe 3 or 4 days, depending on traffic patterns, and then they'll start cutting down. That's why we've cut the actual displays down in their time on there. We do have in process right now, working with Kat Dell. She has some grant money that I've been looking at to actually work on traffic enforcement and speed enforcement and stuff like that. So we're in the process of maybe going that route and getting some more solar signs. We are looking towards the solar-powered signs that would stay constantly on, like we do on Cooper Street and Mill Street, but those are still in the planning processes right now. But for the $800 battery packs, they last about a year before they start draining down, and we're having to change those every 4 to 4.5 days if we have the displays running all day long, 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. So currently, they will run during peak times,
Yes,
but other times they're still on, but they're not visible.
That's
So,
correct.
okay,
And anytime that you have a suggestion on what times you would like to see them on, if you notice that they're off and you would like to see them on maybe during this time or that time, we're always open for suggestions. You can stop by the office, give me a call, shoot an email, and we'll look at it.
thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Hawkins, did that cover?
Yes, that
traffic?
was, yeah, because I know you and I had spoken about it. However, citizens on Mill Street and that are coming through actually just mentioned they see them, but they're not on. But on Main Street and Cooper, they're on. I know that they're solar,
Right.
but I want to make sure they know why they're not on.
Right, and
You
so
know.
I do think, it was my understanding that I think one battery just died, just quit. And so in the process of trying to obtain maybe a couple of additional batteries, however, for the future, I think we will look at solar powered. I'm looking at Lieutenant, and he's shaking his head, so we're on the same page, just so that we don't have to deal with the recharging and replacing of the batteries so often.
Sure, and then just one, thank you so much. And then one last thing, Mr. Harvey shared that the Winterville Human Relations Board needs to kind of present the council what we have done so that this could help with our budget our upcoming budget in July. We do have a roadmap that I will be sharing, and that gives you a glimpse of what we have done thus far in the budget year, in that budget window, and what we will do in the concluding months. So I just wanted to share that will be presented.
Any other reports? Done. Need a motion that we adjourn, we go
Make
into
'em-
closed session. We
Make a-
adjourn.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we go to closed session.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Moy, seconded by Councilwoman Smith, that we go into closed session. Vote. All right, we're going into closed session.
A second.
Right, we're in open session. Entertain a motion. Oh,
And if you want.
take a vote on going to open session. Please use your clicker.
I think my battery must be getting weak. I'm having to really push it.
All four in favor?
Do y'all want me to sort of say the motion for y'all? Would y'all, would
I'll
that be
give it a
helpful?
shot.
Okay.
I'm willing to give it a
All
shot.
right, and if I, it's still collaborative effort, but the motion would be to approve the offer to purchase between the town and the Manning family heirs for the purchase of approximately 41.64 acres at a purchase price of $945,600, with the condition that the town not enter into a landlord-tenant relationship with the tenant of the residence, and that the town close on the property after the tenant vacates the residence.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we, what, all that,
Yeah.
okay. Are you ready for the question? You are, let's vote. Unanimous vote. Now,
Make a motion to adjourn?
I second.
okay, all in favor? No one opposed, okay, good.
Waffle House.
Oh, I did vote.
Wait a minute,
Yeah,